Attendez, parce que je me... Attendez, parce qu'il y a mon aide-soignant qui est pas... Est-ce que vous pouvez m'aider? Ouais, voilà. Parce que c'est le... non,
visiblement, ça ne marche pas. Père Patrick, vous n'avez pas perdu la main?
Est-ce que vous pouvez couper le...
On va regarder un sujet sur la...
I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
Hey, Dad!
Don't judge me, this is art!
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass. Put a kick in it, make her gay.
What the fuck is that? Bigfoot. Oh man, look at him.
Come on, you motherfucker! Oh, shit! God damn it! Same shit, different day!
One last thing. If you have any drugs or any alcohol, give me some.
And we're back with the same shit. Every day, the same shit.
Every day.
I caught myself saying that very phrase the other day.
Look, I hope people like us here on the panel because we don't really have anything much to offer you that others don't, other than our unique personalities and, overly opinionated opinions.
That's it.
I remember when that was such a common expression, people would say SSDD.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah.
Don't
Well, I
see
hope
it
everybody had a decent weekend.
I'm trying to decipher this.
Wait a
I
minute.
won't have two. Fucks you, Ozzy, is me, drugs, and alcohol.
Oh, wait, no.
Like, I'm not giving you shit. That's my stuff.
That's my shit. I don't know what you talking about. You tell him, Lilith. I mean, he's a billionaire. He could buy all the stuff he wants. Let you keep your stuff for yourself. Don't share it, Lilith.
Yeah, and he's one of the few that's lived to suffer the consequences of all this stuff that he can barely speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear he's done his last concert recently.
I just wonder how bad off he'd be without the Parkinson's, because that's what's really tearing him up now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hear when he got that spine surgery, it messed him up even worse.
Yeah, he was on this four-wheeler or ATV, as they call them in other parts of the world, and he like flipped and it landed on him, messed him up, and they did a bunch of surgeries, and then his doctors weren't the most competent apparently, so he was in severe pain, which I can imagine advanced his Parkinson's.
Well, I saw on an interview where a doctor recently had performed spinal surgery on him because they was thinking that would help his Parkinson's, but it didn't. It made it worse.
That doesn't even make sense, but
I know, but they're rich.
Well, Lilith says here, I'm pretty sure I'll be dead soon. Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not. But it just brought to mind. Like I said before, I've been in many fights. I mean, probably numbering in the hundreds. Too many fights, and everybody always goes, "You're dead. You're gonna die," and I'll be like, "And we're all gonna die."
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I gotta go someday.
Is that supposed to hurt my feelings? I don't know what you want me to. What do you want me to do? I mean,
It's like these furs puff out their chest and get lip to lip with you. It's like, ew, no homo.
is that, are you gonna hit me or are you gonna kiss me? You got to make up your mind here.
Yeah, maybe both.
I don't have time to do both. You got to pick one or the
Yeah, well,
other.
Of course, in my training, they always say, you bridge the gap. Don't let them. Don't back up. They're gonna back you in a corner, or something you don't see. You might fall over, whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
And also, don't do any of this posturing. If you think it's a dangerous enough thing going on, you strike first and you do it quickly.
Yeah, be on the aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only gotten in a couple of fights in my day. The first one was really weird because it was like in 5th grade or something. Some kid knocked a book off of this guy's head and then moved to the back of the line, and he turned around and there I was, and he popped me. So I popped him back. I ended up suffering for that because his older brother looked me up when I was in high school going,
oh, damn.
Jesus Christ, all that time?
I know.
Lord, you had have forgotten all about it.
Yeah, and his brother was a wacko too. He was a skinhead.
Oh, that makes sense then.
Okay.
Walking around
Yeah.
with his boots and
Some
shaved head.
questions have been answered.
I say I've been in all these fights, and I really have. And people that know me in person, they know it to be true also. But okay, when I was younger, I was fight crazy. Sure, I was, but most of the time, it actually wasn't my fault. I've just always been around very chaotic, dangerous people, and I didn't choose to be. Now that I'm older and I have a touch of stability in my life, I don't want any kind of drama. I don't want to fight anyone. I'm just so sick of it. I'm so over it.
Right.
Well, you get these boys and stuff that fight in school, and then it's funny and it's sad all at the same time. You get some girls, and they're terrible. They start this slap fight stuff, and I'm going, do you know how stupid you look right now? If you could see yourself, if you could step out of your body, and they do that shit, and I'm going, this is not worth my time. Just pick up something and knock them in the head with it, and go on about your day. It's terrible. These girls are terrible when they do that.
It's like
stuff.
you throw a dumb bitch in the water, can't swim. They're like, what do I do? Fight the water! Fight the water!
Oh my goodness! I'm telling you the truth.
Okay,
Slap fight.
when I get in a fight, I don't care. I'll fight as dirty as I got to. If I gotta bite their ball sack off, I will. I don't care. I mean, a fight's a fight. There's no such thing as fair. Of course, I will.
That's what I was taught.
I will
yeah.
try to avoid a murder charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only fair fight is when no one comes out unconscious. Then it's like, okay, if both of you can walk away, that's a fair fight. But if someone's on the ground, if someone got fucked up,
What's
well,
funny
some of
though?
Some of the fights you see is they are ruthless nowadays.
Yeah.
They'll have them down on the ground, stomping on their face. They'll be unconscious. They're still stomping them.
Yeah, a lot of that came from black culture. I mean, that I can tell. I mean, I'm no, expert on the matter, but the best I can tell, that seemed to come from black culture. The head stomp and everybody standing around hooting and recording it. That disgusts me.
Yeah.
But
I
the
wouldn't
best,
do that. Yeah.
yeah, the best fights though, are. Have you ever seen little kids fight on the playground and shit?
Mm-hmm.
You get two little kids and stuff, and they'll be fighting mad and going at each other, and then they'll do all that. But then, right after it's over with, they go, "This shit's stupid. Let's go play."
Yeah.
every time they'll say, "This is stupid. Let's go play. I got better shit to do than this." And so they make up like almost
Well,
instantly, and it's too bad.
unfortunately, it's our egos that get in the way, and not just fighting, but most things in life is our ego. Second to that is our sex drives. Fuck our lives to hell and back, and the ego goes right there along with it.
Mhm. But little kids, they'll tear each other up, and then they'll get up and go play with each other in 5 minutes. It's like, oh, don't worry about that shit. They'll get it
Well-
worked out themselves.
Older people will do that too. It just might take a little bit longer. I did get chased home from school. Back in the day, we actually walked home from school or rode a bike. And I got chased home from school by this group of guys, and eventually I made friends with them. I don't even remember how it happened, but it was like, okay, well, this is preferable.
Kids are mean as
It's
shit, man.
probably over something stupid.
Yeah.
You
Another
know?
reason I got into as many fights as I did is because for a male, I'm smaller built. And everybody, they could tell I wasn't a pushover, so they thought they could take me. So everybody wanted to test me. Every fucking body wanted to see if they could take me, how easy I'd go down, what the fuck ever. And I wasn't having it.
What in the world did she say? I'm looking at Lilith's comments. Okay, there it is. Talking meat. Okay. Does anybody know?
Well, yeah, essentially that, they have no depth, that they're ego and instinct driven only, and they're not worth messing with.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand now.
Yeah.
But, I got to say that Roadkill here looks a little distracted.
I have the stream up on my phone, so that's how I'm reading the comments and everything.
Oh.
And also before that, I was kind of trying to find a quick thing, but I haven't found anything yet. So
Quick thing.
like
I
a
don't
quick
wanna
topic
know.
thing, yeah.
I don't want to know.
Yeah. No, I've actually never been in an actual fight. Maybe like small scuffles, and I sparred with people, but never actually got in a serious fight before.
You will be
Yeah.
hurting for a very long time.
After a full blown fight, you'll hurt all over for 2 weeks.
That's what I was
Yeah.
gonna say. About 2 weeks, yeah.
Now, when people think I'm gonna fight, they get scared of me for some reason. Which I think I'm kind of a small guy, and I don't know why, but that's what happens.
It's the hair and the beard.
Well, oftentimes this is because I'm there with you.
Yeah.
Even when you're not there.
I think most people would just rather talk a good game and not have it, because rarely in a fight is anybody going to come away completely unscathed.
Right.
Both people are going to be hurt.
Oh yeah, it's always a roll of the dice in a fight.
That's what I keep saying I keep hearing about this court case with Smash JT, and everybody's like, he's gonna win, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, nobody comes out of court unscathed. It doesn't work like you think it does.
No.
Well, it's like I was trying to tell him the other night. It all depends on how the judge is feeling that day.
That's it.
Because the judge has discretion of throwing certain things out or keeping them in or adding to it. It's just, the judge could have got mad at their spouse that morning or something and be perturbed about the whole thing.
Well,
They
as long
could-
as this is dragged out, I hopefully Smash is doing well, not Smash, but his lawyer's doing the right thing and collecting every bit of this digital evidence, so that the lawyer has a great spread of. And anyone can see it. I'm not just saying this because I'm a fanboy of Smash. I'm saying this because the facts are there that she's out of control, and that's
Yeah.
where if the evidence is laid in front of you, you'll realize who's in the right, who's in the wrong. And
Well, I don't know
I
how
know
much
there's other
court.
facts, but
I don't know how much court you've been through, but there's two things I see is going on here. It's gonna get drawn out forever, and he's gonna run out of money, and he's gonna have to lose that lawyer.
yeah, the attorneys win. As I was going to say that the state and the attorneys, they're the only winners when people go to court.
Secondly, yeah, he can have all this evidence, but they have to be very wise in which piece at a time they decide to use, or it's It's going to be hearsay. It's going to be what attorneys like to call mudslinging. When they hear two parties going back and forth, going, well, they did this and they said that, they're going to hate them both and punish them both. You have to be extremely careful of what you pick out of your bag of evidence to go, look at this.
Right.
When going to court, it's kind of like having to get out of a snake pit. You got to move just so you won't get bit. So
hey, we have the Fuda Lord.
Hey, Valkyria.
Hey, man.
Hey!
Oh God. Hi, Valkyria.
I thought I would just surprise you guys for coming on a Monday instead of Thursdays. Hello, I love you all. Woo!
Yeah, that's what my dad was a lawyer, and that's what he told me is that it doesn't matter what you're being charged for, what the evidence is. It matters what judge you get. That's the biggest. That's the biggest thing.
And everybody knows the lawyers that are closest to the courthouse.
Okay.
They're the ones that's friends with the judge the most.
Yeah, you have to get the lawyer that communicates with the judge the most often, that don't have a personal grudge against one another.
That's what happened with me. Mine happened to know them quite well, and I don't know if they were like golfing friends or anything, but he would always go in the back with the judge and come out with some good news, and I was like, oh, right on, all right.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wish all court went like that, where all you had to do was sit there and wait.
I found a really good one that was close to the courthouse, and so and he lives there basically. So, and he's a smart person, so he knows not to step on toes or. So
every case I've been a part of, yes, before they come out and tell you anything, the lawyers and the judge will go in a back room, and they might do that a few times, and they're gonna come out and be like, "Here's what we decided."
Yeah,
and really, it's cutting deals with one another.
Yep. That and the DA, depending on what you're going through. Yeah, criminal or
I don't know. If I was a judge and I was over Smash's case, I was like, okay, you get your shit in my chambers right now. We're gonna solve this shit right now. Quit wasting my time in this courtroom. I got bigger stuff to deal with than this bullshit.
Actually, probably one of the best things he's got going for him is that he is the defendant, and not the plaintiff.
Yeah.
I mean, that way it looks like he's being attacked with a lot of crap. They're just seeing what will stick. They're throwing everything at the wall, seeing what will stick, and hopefully that will rightfully bias the judge.
Maybe so. I mean, because if it was me, I'd be like, I have no idea why I'm here. I just got served these papers. I don't know.
You get all these people viewing what's going on, and they're going, you should this and you should that, and you're going to win for sure. And it's like, how many of these people have spent months in court and know the first thing to speak of? I mean, some maybe, some, I'm sure there's some, but the majority of them, to me anyway, it's quite clear they don't have a clue of how it works in the court system.
They're seeing it now. They're seeing it now by watching Smash and his update videos, because they're seeing how, and also the other videos coming out about how this is being drawn out, and it's not a fair, easy process. So they at least can absorb that. So at least they're learning something, maybe, but they're also very optimistic. Yeah.
Well, the thing is I think that she's got somebody footing the bill for all of this.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
She couldn't be dragging it out as long as she.
No, that's been
verified. She already has. She's got someone. The people who are defending her actually said they're doing. Is it a promo or something like that? Like where they're doing it for free, pretty much for her.
Oh, pro bono, yeah. And also, I mean that tweet from her, was it today that I saw it? That of her saying, "Okay, listen, I need a job. I want a kid," and I'm like, wait a minute. You shit yourself out of a job because you're a fucking bad person. You have men are evil tattooed on you and you want a baby. You are fucked in the head, lady. Like,
holy.
I can't believe, I couldn't believe she's going to have to go get artificially inseminated, because I can't imagine any proper person, any male ever going, I want to start a life with this
No,
woman.
no.
That's impossible.
You got to run. Sorry, there
Well,
are
she's
people who
gonna
will do it.
she's gonna
Oh.
get a gay man to ejaculate into a
That's what
dildo
I'm saying.
mechanism, and then get a lesbian to strap it on and do her.
No, see, here's what would happen. They would go up in there and they would die. That's it. They would say, nope, we're not having none of this. We're just getting the fuck right on out of here right now. And that's what
They
would
see
happen.
they're swimming along. They see the egg. They see the egg, and they're like, that's not an egg. That's hell. Turn around.
Fucking out of
Like,
here.
well,
And as they're turning around, they're burning. They're incinerating.
It's like a whole flock of them just like go limp. There's like, fuck
it's,
this.
it's been a good run, boys, but we're deep.
We did our best.
Got one not paying attention, going, "Oh, I'm gonna be the winner." Go for it, man. Go for it.
Go for it.
Or she'll find some soy boy that likes her. I know she has a boyfriend, but someone that is just can't provide. So we'll see, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There will be someone who would actually go with her. Like,
Yeah, I can't believe she has a
you
boyfriend
can't sit there
now.
and say that. No, I can't see anyone, want to, stuff, because
know.
there will always be someone there for that type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
She probably
not-
like walks him around on a collar.
There is not enough liquor in the whole damn world for that shit.
No.
No.
And we all know that Roku doesn't need liquor because he has quite a few pictures of her butt. Yeah, exactly, boy. Exactly.
Even if
That's
she
not a
wasn't,
bad photo.
even if she wasn't how she is, I still wouldn't find that attractive. And I'm just speaking for myself. I've met a good many streamers like, oh, she got a nice ass. I'm just not seeing it.
No, exactly.
No.
Nothing is redeeming about her. So it's all shite. But at the same time, that picture is whether it's dolled up or not.
It's
Whatever.
miles and miles of straight.
How sticky is that
highway.
picture, Roku?
I'm on my third printout.
Oh, God.
I'm joking. But anyway,
But-
yeah,
That's
I
nasty.
can't blame her. Yeah, it is.
In a
Yeah,
way,
she is.
though, I kind of feel sorry for her because she's gonna get older.
Mhm.
Oh, it's coming.
And I feel like
She's gonna
she's
be
jumped.
our age soon.
The thing is, if she had a point of return, a point where she could have went, you know what, this is a bunch of nonsense. I'm going to look in this other direction and act a little different. There's no turning around because she's stirred up such bee's nest that there's no turning around anymore for her. So it's a bad situation. If there was ever a chance of redemption, she made sure it was gone.
Dude, she's
Well-
quadrupled down on everything. Like she didn't stop, and so she started this crusade that it already was kind of whack, and she knew it. Because I guarantee she's sitting at home at night, drinking bottles of wine and attacking people, and that's her thing, man. That's what she does because she doesn't have a job. So I just feel like she kept doubling down, and yeah, you're right. She's way past that mark of going, hey guys, can we be friends? No, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like with like the Amber Heard woman. She's so
Oh,
damn. She had to move out of the country.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
I don't
that's
think
another
I've
example.
heard
But also
before
remember,
this.
they're being coached by their lawyers, their attorneys. So their attorneys are saying, even if they may come in halfway through this process, and say Alyssa walks in and she's like, I just kind of want to hurry up and end this thing, and be as minimal as possible. I'm no longer going to go after him. They'd be like, nah, bitch. No, we're going forward.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to piss you off and make you a little bit more ornery towards the situation.
She is their tool.
Yes.
Amber Heard was attractive, maybe still attractive, but knowing what I know, hell no, I'm gonna run from that, set it
No,
on fire, something like that.
Yeah, a fight picker and a bed pooper. No, thank you.
She pooped the bed. Oh my God! I heard that. I said, "Oh my God!" I'd be on the news. I
Well,
would
see,
be on the news.
There was pictures of it, right? And she was claiming it came from this little dog like this,
Right.
turd like that, How's the dog still alive?
The story is funny how he was out somewhere, and I think one of his agents or his housemate or someone found it and was like, and like sent him a photo of it. He was like, "What the fuck?" It was surprise poop in the bed.
It's
Surprise,
like,
bitch.
how do you tell somebody that somebody else pooped in their bed? I mean, how do you start that conversation? I mean, because they need to know, but at the same time, you don't want to be the one to deliver that kind of news, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, Amber Turd.
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
And if I were her, I'd be so embarrassed too. Like when she fled and changed her name, I was like, smart move. Like, you better get the fuck out of here because your life's gonna be miserable walking around. Everyone's gonna point and laugh at you for the rest
You
of your
know,
life.
she won case after case after case until it was televised. Once it was televised, and then Johnny Depp, I'm sure he's not innocent, but
Oh no,
I,
none of
No.
them
I
are.
believe for the most part what he said is how it went. For I mean, I'm sure it's kind of both of them, but once it was televised, he could turn on that charm that he naturally has, and it worked really fucking great.
It did, but also I'm so glad they kicked away that whole fake victim narrative, because if you watch those videos of him, you know, already in a bad mood, intoxicated, she would turn on the camera after things were said, exchanged, and so
Well, also
she set this shit up for him to look bad.
yeah,
And
but
that's the
also
part
that
pissed
case
me off.
showed that how men get affected by women as well.
Yeah.
It's not just always the women who always gets mistreated and all this sort of stuff and abused. No, men get it, but women do more, not physical but mentally.
Yes,
it's a massive mental abuse
Yeah.
that men get instead, and that that affects men quite a lot over after the many years and stuff like that. So
yeah,
but that did show that more than anything else. And a lot of the old evidence, you could see that she did not care. She was like either faking quite a lot of the stuff too. And like
Well-
Noy said, both of them are pretty, done things and like terrible things to each other. But I think that court was more definitely Johnny than Amber than anything else.
They saw through her.
When she set all that up where he was smashing the cabinets and stuff like that, I was sitting there going, well, hell, let him smash what the fuck he wants to. He paid
But
for it all. Just
when
walk
I
out and
was
leave
younger-
him alone and let him get it all out of his system.
When I was much younger, I had all of my life put out for the court, and I'm like, oh really? I got some shit to show you too. So I came back with triple as much. Well, I'd come in for court or come in to talk to my lawyer, and all the accumulated life of me and the other person, every time that they would just be in it like a soap opera and going, oh my god, we can't say this.
Yeah.
I mean, it got the court time, and the majority of it never came out. But those motherfuckers in the courts and in the lawyers' offices, they were in it like a soap opera. They were like just blown the fuck away by what they found out.
Oh, it's pretty
A
bad.
lot of that, though, a lot of your case, though, Noise was a lot like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case.
That's
Yeah.
I was there for it.
It was
I
worse.
remember it.
It was most definitely worse.
It was worse, but it was kind of the same kind of thing. She was trying to paint you as this horrible person, and it just wasn't that way,
Hey, I'm not a great person, but I'm not a fucking monster like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the lawyers were the ones that won out in the end. That's the way it always goes in court. The lawyers are the ones that make the dollars.
Yep.
And everybody else is still reeling from the whirlwind.
Yeah, there's definitely rarely justice found in the justice system.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That is very true.
Unfortunately.
I mean, I don't know how the court is in where you're at, Valkyria, but I imagine it's about the same.
Well, our system is pretty much just like the UK and that sort of stuff. Like, go from the way it is to the dress as well and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
It wouldn't do for me to be a lawyer in the
Oh, yeah.
UK. God, forget
Every
having
time
my
I go
wigs and
reading
all.
this comment, it says life can be stranger than fiction, right? Every time I go telling people about my life, they think, I can only imagine they think I'm making shit up, because my life has been such a roller coaster with weirdness and craziness and just absurdity and just madness, pure fucking madness, up until I hit a certain age, and it kind of all slowed down and it just stopped, and it's been boring since. But when in my younger years, I couldn't pay somebody to believe the fact that of what I tell them happened in my life. It was that fucking nuts.
Well, I'll take boredom over that bullshit any day. Good Lord.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. Sorry.
I mean, I would take boredom over that. I mean, really, because it was a whirlwind, horrible event.
Yeah, that's some people just seem to attract that kind of drama. It just comes to them whether they want it or not.
Yeah.
I've always done my best
Me
to.
about a lot of these younger people that are into the drug culture. They'll go, "Oh, I don't want drama." It's like, bitch, yes you do. You slap dab in the middle of it all the time. You love the stuff. Just don't bring it to my house. Keep it at your house. I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear none of it.
Yeah,
Don't come bother me with it.
The ghettoization of the nation.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but most people 30 or younger, they've idolized that lifestyle, and it's all they know, and they can't learn different, and it's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
Well, and it's what media popularizes and glorifies. So, of course, people are
Education.
gonna fall into it.
They
The
think everything in the media that they see is real.
Well, that
Yeah.
comes down to the education system as well.
Yeah. Well,
Now everybody has the internet as their teacher. Their parents don't pay them much attention. They're like, give them a tablet, it'll keep them quiet. And then they have what the media decides to advertise to them, like this music, be into this. We think you're gonna like this. We're gonna show you nothing but this, and it becomes them.
well, I think too, a lot of it's, or not a lot of it, but some of it is the way the economic system is now in the United States. Parents have to work 2 and 3 jobs, and they just don't have time to
Wait,
parent their children.
I'll tell you
like
where
they
some of
might
that
want
come
to.
from. Where some of that come from is Obamacare. Okay, to qualify for Obamacare, which they didn't even embrace in a lot of parts of the South, not in this state, never existed here. But to qualify for it, you have to have a 40-hour-a-week job. So every job out there is like, we can't afford to do this. Let's cut their hours. So they would cut their hours, and they'd have to get another job, and that's where a lot of that stems from.
Yeah. I mean, and they wouldn't, they have to work 2 and 3 jobs, so their children, unfortunately, they have no choice but to sit them in front of the TV or in front of their tablet or phone or whatever. They're electronic babysitters. So even if they wanted to do better, they physically can't. And that's sad.
Lilith is saying, she don't know who wants white people eradicated. And I know that sounds extreme, but it also sounds kind of true for today's age. They don't want white people anymore, nor straight people.
Yeah, like I think we did a video on it where Nintendo was getting some pushback because they chose to put a straight white female in the role of Zelda instead of a trans person.
Well, that was really more to push that actress or actor more than anything. It wasn't Nintendo. Well, what we understand is that it wasn't really Nintendo pushing it. It was actually that person's what are they called?
Agent.
Agent and all that sort of stuff, pushing the idea more and stuff. But I doubt Nintendo would have actually really done that. they
Yeah,
might have actually helped with the thing, like in behind the scenes, just to see. But due to the fact that it is Japanese, and yeah, I doubt they would have actually pushed it properly.
well,
I reckon they would have.
maybe not. I mean, who knows? But maybe not.
Oh yeah, true.
They
True.
are getting the backlash because it come out. No, we got a real woman. So now all that community's attacking them for it, which
Yeah, they're
makes you
getting
wonder if
attacked.
they're gonna be like, maybe we should give in a little now. You know, it makes you wonder.
Oh, I hope they don't.
I hope
I
not.
hope they don't. Because
That one's done, I think. But there's another one coming up. I mean, this group is not going to rest until everybody shares their delusion. They're just going to keep on and keep on.
Yeah, and then it would actually make people hate, you know, all of them even more.
well, I
Oh,
mean,
that's
I
what's
know,
happened.
Mm.
But
I know I
they're
loved
gonna gain
playing
some and lose
Zelda.
some. Yeah.
hmm I loved playing Zelda, and I hope that what they're trying to do to the Zelda movie doesn't kill the franchise. I mean, not Nintendo. They hired a straight white female. I'm talking about the LGBTQ community. I hope they don't push them so much that they give in and it ruin the franchise because it's happened so much in the past.
So Lilith is saying if the woke fucks the East, I don't know, whatever the case, my anime is diverse, and well, one thing that's going on with that is the credit card companies are refusing processes anything that they consider risque, including anime.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're
Abbott
blocking.
doing it.
Yeah, they're blocking all the manga and all that sort of stuff. Now they're
Mm-hmm.
pushing onto Steam with these feminist groups, and I don't understand. They're bankers. Like, why are you deciding what people can play and watch? I'm sorry, but no, that should be the individual or the parent for their kids.
Mm-hmm.
Should be telling the individual what they can watch and that.
Well, in my opinion, it's what we're seeing from that group is desperation. They're pulling out all the stops. They're trying every different vector that they can in order to push their ideology.
And they're
so,
using kids as well for it.
oh yeah, that's what got everybody
Gotta get
pissed
them young,
off.
man. Yeah. Start the manipulation early. It's easier.
Well, I mean, I'm of the affirmation that as long as they're not going trying to promote PDF files and zoo files and all this other sick shit. As long as they're not doing that, it's games and stuff for adults. Then those adults should be able to do with their money what they want to.
Do you
Correct.
see this list here? It includes all depictions of, well, let's see. Well, it includes urine,
So I can't play
menstruation,
Bum Simulator anymore.
diapers, vomit, being drunk, being mind controlled. I mean, just you see the list there. It's ridiculous.
You know, that means Witcher 3, all the Witcher franchise will be gone.
Yeah.
Firearms aimed at or pointed toward individuals.
That's pretty much more than just the prom games. That is pretty much a lot of games in general.
Yeah.
So,
Because
like, you're going to piss off a lot of people, and again, what you've seen with a lot of gamers, once you start pissing gamers off, they're like the anime people. You're going to hit a brick wall afterwards, and then they're going to push hard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, this has got to take out a good, and at the minimum, a third of the games out there that exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I know a lot of games. There's a side game where you got to be like you go into this tavern and you drink this potion and stuff and you're drunk and you play the game as if you're intoxicated. I know that's in Guild Wars 2 a lot. Well, according to this, they're going to have to take that out or take the game down one because this is ridiculous.
Imagine you can't point a firearm at an individual. You know how many shooter games there are out there?
There goes PvP.
Being hypnotized, being mind controlled.
I hate COD.
Ridiculous.
COD is, one of the games I really do hate. And if that removes that, if this actually removes that, I'm going to be laughing my head off because that's a lot of people who play that game and a lot of streamers as well. Like
I mean,
one
it
that
seems like
Roku
these,
likes.
these companies are willing to lose money over this ideology,
Mhm.
and that's fucking
Well,
crazy.
there goes Grand Theft Auto.
Well,
Grand
yeah,
Theft
and
Auto's
the thing
filled
is
with
that it's only a 5%. Let's just say 5% in the whole entire world that these people. That's the number to it.
No.
So you got the 95. Well, apart from the followers, but you got a whole lot of other people who would be really pissed at this 5%.
Right.
My best suggestion to these companies that are being forced to do this is to sidestep it. If at all possible, say, you can't pay us through this, but we have these other methods that we'll take your money, we'll give you the game. So
Yeah.
fuck those people that's trying to pull this on us.
See, I know we've. Sorry.
What now?
Oh no, we were talking. It was like, yeah. Oh, I was going to say that one thing with Steam is you got the Steam wallet, so you can actually put the money into the Steam wallet, and then you can actually go buy these games if you want. That's, that's probably the way around it at the moment for Steam. But like, even Steam is going to get pushed as well, unfortunately, because of the bankers and stuff. They don't have their own way of, of other means at the moment. They could do it, but it's going to take time. And yeah, like every other company that's going to keep pushing this, they're going to lose a lot of people. Like they're going to.
I agree with Lilith. It's already too late for that. I mean, they've let the camel nose into the tent.
Yeah,
and we've seen it so many times where these movements are justified by seeming moral reasons or something that the majority of people won't object to, and then it's that same old expression: you give an inch, they'll take a mile, and before you know it, they'll destroy everything. And these studios don't really care ultimately, because the people at the top are going to get their bailouts and they're going to mosey, and the people at the bottom are going to be the ones that suffer. And they'll just start a new company up in the mold of whatever it is they try to rebuild from the ashes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seen it so many times.
And this is where I'd sit there and say, and I know a lot of people will be like, "Oh, you can't say this," but it's like, well, you decide to go this way, then suffer. Your company crumbles, and that too bad.
Right.
Like you wanted to add to this, pushing these ideas and all that sort of stuff as well. Then, yeah, you can reap what you sow.
Right.
Yeah.
And yes, it's bad to see people losing their jobs and all that sort of stuff. I get that, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, but you have to learn from your mistakes. You want to.
Well, I read into this article today. Apparently, these sensibilities aren't just affecting games and manga and anime, but I read into this article. There's this band. I don't think they're particularly a good band, but they're all right, I guess. Pentagram. Yeah, Pentagram. They had to cancel. They were in the middle of their tour, and then they had to cancel Australia and New Zealand because way back in the day, he got some charges on him. And then, so they're like, you can't come here.
Yep. Australia is actually pretty strict with a lot of things. Like our rating system for games and movies is just so it's so stupid. Like one good example was when Saints Row 3 or 4, the one where you become a superpower. like get superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
That one, you know, the way to get it was taking a drug. It was, you know, sort of thing. And Australia was actually going to ban that game because of that. So what the company had to do is so they renamed it, even though we all know it's still a drug, but they just renamed it as something else, and it was allowed in. It's like, it's stupid. Our censorship is bloody ridiculous.
That's wild, man. But before learning a lot of this stuff recently.
How would they still allow you around with the Fuda?
Oh, well, you know. They are retards, so come on.
They're enjoying your Fuda a little too much.
Probably, or they just like seeing Roku suffer.
I was always under the impression that you guys were like the Wild West and like and wide open. Yeah, I had no idea
might have
there was
been
that much. You know,
we might have been, you know, back in the 50s and all that sort of stuff, but I think when people decide to push certain politics and all that sort of stuff, that's when things get retarded.
Got that money. Yeah, if people do anything for money, man, they'll change countries. You know.
Yeah, well, any country where you can't have guns, that's a big red flag.
Well, I think that's the funny thing is because everyone thinks that Australia can't have guns, but we can. Yeah. We still have guns. It's just, it's just limited on the type of weapon it is. We can't have automatics. We can have bolt action, single shotgun weapons. But again, we can have guns. So
it's like you're only allowed to use them on Aborigines.
Well, I won't get there, but you know, one can
powder guns.
One wishes at times, but well, we can. It's just hard to get it. Is just hard. It's really hard to get. That's all. So we can get it. It's just we don't get the good stuff.
Well, you know, and particularly in the South, in America, North America, that is, you can get a gun way too easy. And okay, it makes me feel better to have a gun, but then I think they're letting just any old idiot grab a gun. I think it's a little too easy in certain parts of America.
That's the problem, man. Is that a lot of us that know how to use them are the base standard of who should own a gun. But no, man. You can just have these people that have no effing idea, and they're just like, well, everyone else is doing it. So, yeah, it's scary.
Well,
and also the crazies, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Because they have whole gun shows here where you can buy a gun at a gun show. Somebody can sell you a gun, and they.
I used to work at gun shows. I did. Yeah, I used to work at gun shows all the time in Hampton, Virginia, and I also did concealed carry classes for most of the state reciprocity. It was a very good deal. Anyway, people can walk around with their own personal rifles on, with just a little tag on it saying for sale, and boom, you know, if you're 18, I just bought a bolt action rifle. Is there anything wrong with that? I don't think so, but there are those ones and twos. You know, there's always going to be that 10% of people that they're going to go out and cause harm that shouldn't be caused. And so that's where, you know, I'm mad about the gun culture and how out of control it's gotten, because I think there's been respect lost with how blown out it's become. You know, you really got to know what you're doing.
That's with everything, though. Like, you can't.
What I'm always seeing is these people new to guns and they're thinking about getting a gun. They'll get it and then they'll be like holding it, seeing how it feels in their hand, and then they'll just wave it around at the crowd. And somebody's gonna be like, no.
Right. That's where it comes to more of what's it called? Education. You know, people, hell, even I don't know, if you have it in school or something like that, that they need to teach people how to use weapons properly. Don't put it at people. You know,
I got a comment on what Miss Sparkles here says. She said she just tried to go live. No one joined. And now I know why. Because the cool kids are streaming. I don't know about all that.
Tonight's a hot night, man. I'm looking at everyone else that we know that's streaming, and I'm like, God damn, Monday's on fire, man.
Okay, Miss Sparkles. The thing is, I streamed for many months, close maybe a year, with having no one else join my stream other than the people I personally knew. And I'm like, get a whip. You better get the fuck on stream now, But it sucks. This is the way it is. It's hard to get people to show up for you.
That's what I was told. Like I don't expect anyone to show up, and it's because, it just had it's that's what I've learned from all you streamers is that this shit, unless you come into the game famous, you're not getting shit, man. You gotta build it. So don't feel bad.
Well, one thing about the gun culture is now too many people think guns are toys. And when we were coming up, it was a gun is not a toy, it is a tool to be used for certain things. And you never point a gun at somebody unless you're gonna pull the trigger, and you better make damn sure before you do. So I think
the Sparkles, if you got to, just keep doing it by yourself. Get attention, just keep working at it.
Isn't that called OnlyFans?
It's not easy. But go ahead.
But
I know
yeah,
a place
I'm
I know a
sorry,
place around here that sells guns every Friday. They sell like a ton of them. Sometimes even automatic
like
guns.
these
with no processing, right? No processing.
There's a little bit of processing, but as long as it's not a handgun, you can get it there even out of state.
Yeah, long rifles. Yeah, it's very easy.
like
Remember
all these
the story
jackoffs
of the
around
bank?
here don't need them anymore.
All right. Remember the story that I forgot that he was famous for a long time because he made the whole thing about Columbine, but in Colorado there's a bank that as soon as you set up a checking account, you got a rifle. So that was their, they didn't give you $100 in your account for setting it up. They just gave you a rifle. So people were just walking out of this Colorado bank strapped. No ammo, but still, it was kind of like, damn, dude, that's how out of control it's gotten.
Well, I remember, I think it was my father told me that they used to have a bring your to school day, and they would bring their guns to school and show them off.
Wow. I'd hate to be that security guard.
Oh, this was
checking
like
everyone's gun at the door.
This was like in the 50s, so
wow.
Yeah, when I was going to high school, I wasn't too far removed from the days when kids could drive their parents' car with their rifles in the pickup truck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I remember that.
Damn.
I remember. I remember riding around like that.
One day, me and my brothers were riding bicycles, and we was flipping somebody off in a truck because we were just little assholes is what we did. And everybody had like the gun rack in the back, and they pulled over, got their gun, and was like, "Oh, we're out of here."
I remember.
Yeah, that's a good deterrent.
Yeah, let's scare
I
these
remember
fuckers.
riding around with my dad, and it was our job, me and my brother. Every pickup had those windows that you could open, the back windshield
Oh, yeah.
that you could open. It was our job to keep my dad in beer because we were small enough to fit through the window, and he had his cooler on the back of the truck, and he'd shove us through the window to get his beer out all the time. Well, my brother, he went out the window and he was coming back through. Well, he got caught on my dad's rifle. And my dad had to pull over real quick because it caught his hair. And it was like on the trigger. I don't know how he did it. But his hair was entwined on the trigger. And my dad had to pull over real quick. And he spent about 30 minutes trying to get my brother's hair out of the trigger because he didn't want the gun to go off because it was loaded and there was no safety or nothing on.
When I was a kid, we stayed on the road a whole lot. I mean, we went primarily from the far north to far south, back and forth. But there was me and 6 siblings, so 7 kids. And a lot of times we would go in the back of a truck. All the kids are in the back. No camper, shell, or nothing. Just in the back of the truck for thousands of miles. Had to speak like that and everything.
Yeah, either a pickup truck or those big station wagons that had just like all that.
Did that too, yeah.
Room. Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
I remember those days where I was like, that's where I'm sitting when we're driving because you just sit any way you want.
My parents' things
You
were
also
those.
you also learn to piss in bottles.
Yes.
My parents' thing were those big vans. They kept
Oh,
on
nice.
getting vans from relatives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are
But
perfect
those
for
vans
school
went
trips.
out of fashion after a while because of all the creeps that wanted to steal kids. They always had a van, so everybody
No,
quit buying them.
see, I'm just old enough to remember a touch of the 70s, right? And I remember people showing off their vans in the 70s, and they'd have the shag fur, and they'd have a mirror and a bed. They have the showing off their fancy 8-track player.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're not using this for survival. You're using this as a sex palace.
A
It was the
shag
70s. It was the 70s. Everything was about psychedelics and sex.
Yeah. Yep.
And look
Yeah.
what happened after that.
Oh God. Yeah.
I wonder if that's some of the reason why we are now.
All
or
the
where we are
hippies became
to.
conservatives, man. You know how many like hardcore right wingers I know that are older now, that they were the wild ones back in the 60s and 70s. And then the 80s hit and they were like, yeah, don't do that stuff. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's
You
like
I
know what they
remember,
say.
I remember it was the 70s, right? And we were going down the road, and I had this cousin much older than me, and he's like, hide me, the cops after me. So my father was like, hide in the toolbox, and he got in there with the tools, jabbing them and everything, and the cops pulled us over. And I guess he got too scared, and while the cop was talking, he jumped and ran out the back.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, it was still, I was a teenager, and I went down south of Atlanta to meet this girl, and I brought a bunch of booze with me and some pot, and we had like 5 people besides me in the van, and we ended up running into the law, and all they did was they just took my pot away from me and made us pour out the alcohol, and that was it.
That's proper. Nowadays, everyone's getting booked and their parents called.
Yeah,
You know?
I've been to a lot of parties. I mean, a lot of
Or
them.
the driver's getting booked. There you go.
Here in the South, we had a lot of them in gravel pits, but the cops, some of depends on the cop, but some of them would bust you hard, and when you got busted with that stuff, then there was a lot harder charges than it is now. But a lot of times they'd show up and they'd be like, give us so much of your drugs and booze, and
Wow.
that's it. You know, just give us so much, and we'll leave you alone.
It's like, give us some beer and whatever you're smoking, and we'll be on our way. But don't let me catch you driving down the road.
Right.
So
Yeah,
now it's not like
that goes to show you how times have changed from the 70s, 80s, and so on to now. Everyone's more authoritarian. Everybody's more politically motivated and everything
Aligned,
else. I
yeah.
mean, everybody's just lost their fucking mind. People need to relax, stop, take a breath, smell the roses, whatever you got to do. Relax.
Exactly.
Well,
They
that's
gotta,
the
they, gotta,
gradual.
they gotta feed the machine now. Back then, you know, I think through the 80s and 90s, they really came, in 2000s, they really came up with this way to streamline any crime possible and get some money out of it. Whereas back then, it was just like, well, is he shooting anyone? No. Well, then let him go home. Like, he's not hurting anyone. But no, I've had stories from my dad where his friend they were drunk driving, got pulled over. They were a couple miles from their house, from the house they were going to, and the cop just gave him like a light escort home, just followed him home. And it was, you know, night boys, don't go back out. But people like my sister, she got followed for a mile into her driveway. The cop pulled her over in her driveway and gave her a DUI. They got to get that money, man. They don't care. They don't care about people's lives or how stupid that could be. They're just like, another one for the team, another quota marker hit, you know?
Well, not
See,
all
the
of
thing
them.
is, they're told to tell you that they don't have quotas, but they do. They're just called something else.
Correct.
yeah, they got quotas.
Yeah, there's certain times of the month where I'll drive through a town to get to another town, and for weeks you won't see one fucking cop anywhere, and then there's 1 week where they're fucking everywhere, and it's like they're told to get back out there and find
that's the same as here.
Yeah.
Like you'll go down the highway, and okay, Australia, when you're going down the highway, like from one city to the next, it's just bush. It's not like in America where you might have like see multiple trees. It's like but you'll be going down the highway and you wouldn't see a police car at all, and then there'll be one day of the month where you will see something like 10 of them.
See.
Well, we live out here in the South, it's trees and trees and trees as far as the eye can see. Trees and cows and goats, and until you get out of the smaller country area, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine would be bush.
A lot of hills and shit.
Yeah, mine would be a lot of bushes, mountains, some farmland, and then more bush, maybe a tree, and then more bush. That's in my area.
That's where you gotta be these days. You don't want to be in the city.
Oh no, hell no. Yep. I like the country town, like definitely much better. But still, even in like the country/city towns, you still get a lot of police from the capital coming down to doing their little quotas too.
Mm-hmm.
I've had city experiences way back. And I've recently seen what a city is like. Being in the city is not what it used to be, and you won't know part of it now.
No, not the city I live in, or live close to the main capital. No, dude, it's are you gonna get mugged? No. In some areas, you're gonna get, I wouldn't go out at nighttime in some of the areas, even though this is like people make fun of the state for being like, a bunch of like, oh, that could never happen there. Nah, man, not the capital, dude. And so, yeah, it's I'm not a fan. Every time I drive through it, I have to. Don't make eye contact, because you'll have drunk druggies on the corner at 10 o'clock in the morning, and if you look at them wrong, they'll approach you just because they're all fucked up on drugs and alcohol, and that's what makes it dangerous. And also the unmedicated poor that walk around like zombies. Or not zombies screaming at the sky, or
should have never got rid of the insane asylum.
Definitely,
you're not used to a city. You're not used to a city, and you go to a city and you see the homeless and you feel bad for them. Don't, because most of those motherfuckers are beyond even talking to. You can't have a back and forth sentence to sentence. You just can't.
Right. Yep.
Well, see, that's why I don't go nowhere.
And
I stay at the house.
Yeah, right. No, you're the smart one. And a lot of the people that do try to approach you in this nice way, they just want money. They want, you got $1 after a conversation, and it's like, God damn, dude, no. And then they'll cuss you out as you're walking away. They'll just say some mean ass shit to you. And
to me, it sounds like you're not going to the right places. Like when I go to the capital in my state, I go to Hindley Street, and that's where all the clubs and other things are at as well, but I don't actually see that many homeless like when you're driving around a place over here. So it must be a huge difference between Australia and probably America with that sort of stuff, or maybe less.
They control it well here. Yeah, they'll pack up their shit and move during the day. So when you're going to work at like 7, you won't see any tents. But if you're going home at 8 o'clock at night, you see the tents out. Yeah.
In Alabama, you won't see many homeless people. That's not because they don't exist, but that's because the cops harass them so hard that they move to states away. If they got to walk it or hitchhike or anything.
And I think where I live, they pamper them. They don't enable them, but they also are like, what are you gonna do? So they're nicer to them here, which. And what I used to do for a job is help people find housing, like for homeless, and they're all full. They're constantly full, man. And then finally, it's just one of those things where, because where I used to work just so happened to be an old building that's been there for probably 100 years, and it's located in a place now that is just like filled with many different impoverished minorities. I'll put it that way. And so it's just one of the, and when it comes with poverty, usually you're going to find a lot of that, drug and alcohol abuse, type of stuff,
Yeah, but don't tell you that I'm talking down on the homeless, because some of them are good people, some of them aren't. They're people just like any of us. They've been out in the elements. They've been exposed to all kinds of bad things. Their brains probably scrambled from the sun, from being too cold, from everything, you name it, from all the dirtiness they're exposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them genuinely are very, very bad people. I mean, again, they're just people.
I rarely found, like, I've met a couple veterans where I got them help immediately, because the VA is like always open for if they classify as that. But I've very rarely met a homeless person that's like, say someone like Jay Watt, nobody, where they're like a normal person. Very rare. Like, usually they're out there because they want to be or can't be anywhere else because they're just too violent or
See, that's the thing I don't understand is why would you want to be homeless? Like, me personally, I don't understand it.
It's like a lifestyle choice for people in Vegas almost.
Yeah.
Like, they have job opportunities, but they're like, well, I mean, this is my crib, and they're living in a pipe, and they just
And a big reason
I don't know
is mental illness.
Maybe they're telling themselves that.
No.
Well,
Say you have mental illness, you can manage it to an extent, but then there's points that you just can't manage it.
Correct.
And you didn't choose it. You can't do shit about it much.
I think there's actually another aspect to it, though, because I've known some homeless people, and I think they do choose it. And the reason why they choose it is because they look around in the society that we're living in now, and they actually realize that it doesn't make any sense, and that it's really nothing more than an open air prison, and you're giving your entire life away to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're just like, well, screw it. I can go die on my own terms.
Yeah. And nowadays, I don't know about, I'm sure it's everywhere in the big cities, but you can get 3 hot meals a day and free food from a pantry. I mean, that's kind of incentivizing to go. And if mentally ill, and you're like, I kind of like this, and you're just, you're supported in that. They have resources like waiting for you, but a lot of people don't reach for them. They're just like, man, that seems like work. Fuck that.
Well, they don't have that everywhere. They have that in more of a city-like environment.
Yeah.
And in the South, they discourage that kind of thing a lot more than anywhere else. They're like, we don't have homeless people. We're a wholesome state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you'll get put in jail if you try to feed the homeless here. You will literally get arrested. If they catch you doing it, you'll get arrested.
Yeah, I drove through Oregon one time, and I've only been there once, but every overpass you drove through, there was no bare ground. It was just covered in tents, and
Wow.
people were just all mingling. And those are the kind of places that Noise is talking about. There are places that just encourage it and enable it.
I wish these millionaires, billionaires would fund out of just being a decent person these 3D printed homes, and just give these people like a community to go to. Because sometimes if you give people a little bit of hope, they'll go from there. But the thing is that when people think of that, where that's going to come from.
Well,
our tax
let me
dollars
tell
are
you
going to pay for it instead of
my
someone that has
experience.
plenty.
I've been homeless for brief stints at a time, but I started out in a small town with no money and no hope, no chance for anything. I had kids at a real young age. I was destined to become a burnout junkie, and I fought as hard as I could to not go into that. Lost every friend I ever had, cut off every connection I ever had. Did a lot of things that you might could say was illegal to get a little further. I managed to scrape up a little bit for myself, and I'm holding on to it for dear life to not become that burnout trash type. And I'm not calling all the homeless people burnout trash, but that lifestyle sure as hell will get you there and keep you there.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing on that roadkill, that could be a double-edged sword though at times too, because you also got to remember, yes, you know, these billionaires and all that could do that. You know, there's a couple of like say Oprah who keeps going on about how, you know, black people are treated, but yet she does nothing for those communities anyway. But they could give them, but the problem is you don't want to give them too much. Like if you keep giving someone like stuff over and over and over for years and years, they're going to expect you to keep giving it to you, sort of thing. So there has to be a time where you give them enough or so to go, like to survive and all that, and then hopefully that allows them to continue on as well. You know, I don't want to bring up the Bible too much, but there is a saying for what Jesus said. Sorry.
Getting with that concept, what it's getting to speaking of the concept is universal basic income, which that's a big topic on its own.
But what you want to do is regulate it to the point where you just don't give, you know, crackhead Charles on the street a house. What you do is if you are interested in that community of free housing, there needs to be some stipulations. Because some people are sober and just down on their luck and can actually do something, but they don't have a place to stay. They're too busy finding the next place to stay instead of finding a job or finding food. But
the other,
you know, sign contracts saying, hey, within 90 days, you know, you should have a job. Within, you know, this amount of time, like give them something that because they'll do it. There are some that will, and that's what I'm saying, and that would help a great portion of the people instead of just locking them up in jails.
The other problem I probably would see is let's just say Elon Musk, okay, because it's just easier. He goes along and gives a lot of money to, let's say, a black community, which is down on the thing, and like to repair it all, get everything back up. But the problem with that is they're going to complain because it's a white man, okay, you know, doing the thing for black people, sort of thing. So you got that issue as well, unfortunately, nowadays too.
But he is an African.
Yeah, I know that. They're retarded. You know, they don't understand this stuff. But I'm just saying, I was just pointing it out that that's what they're going to look at as well.
Well, and one of the things too is that we're moving forward with the assumption that they would want that. The people with influence, power, and money would actually want to help lift other people up, when it's exactly the opposite. I mean, the world is in the condition that it's in because those people want it to be the way it is. And it's been this way for, I mean, how many thousand years you want to go back? It's always been stratified.
Yes, and that's the other thing. Majority of them, or all of them, do not want to help the people. They want to keep on. Again, it's going back to the class system. They want to keep that class system going, like we said last week, and all that. So yeah.
Well, that class system is possible workers to generate them more money and consume. And so if they had it their way, I think they'd walk through the streets with a flamethrower team and just burn all the poor people. That's kind of the way they are, you know. But the way they keep them is because they have a chance to possibly, you know, they're creating some sort of consumerism. Because I've never met a homeless druggie that doesn't smoke cigarettes. Never.
Yeah, but they operate on economic Darwinism.
Right.
So
everyone has a little bit of money that at some point that they can contribute. So that's why they're not just camping these motherfuckers up and burning them. And also, they'd get called out for it. But at the same time, you know, they're like, they're angry at the poor, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, how do we know they're not getting rounded up?
Yeah,
a lot of missing people go missing every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I hate to bring this up, like the kids that got taken.
Yeah. Dude, it's been going up. It's going up.
Sorry, the immigrant. the immigrants who came, come over, they're all on a plane. They all got transported by Biden's administration to wherever, and then they disappeared.
Yeah,
They
well,
also
I
go.
have
They
a
also go
theory
in
on
during
what
national
happened to them,
disasters
so.
natural disasters, and they'll people's kids just go missing. Did they get washed away in a flood in some South American country? Nah, no, they didn't get washed away. They got snatched up, man, because that's a tactic for this whole system. Is they go in like USAID, and it's not them. It's not the people walking around helping the people in need. It's under that guise of being helped and supported. There's other people going in and snatching up kids because everything's discombobulated. Everyone's out of order, and it's.
But they have to have people in that group to do that as well.
True.
You always need the insider.
Yep.
To help. You can't just. You can go do it, but you always need it. There's always an insider to help you get things rolling, and I don't want to keep talking about it because that's going to help people if they listen how to do it.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it's been happening, and it's going to keep happening. So.
Yeah, I know. It's like Fox News, like talking about like troop movements and all like the new any news source. Like, there's just been so many times I've been watching the news, and I'm like, they're watching this right now over there. They're not watching Al Jazeera and and cartoons. They're fucking watching our shit to learn what's going on here, so they're better prepared to hurt us. So it's like
that's why the Australian news doesn't report on military stuff.
My take on things is you don't treat the symptoms, you treat the disease, which means we need to become more family focused again. We need a better focus on mental health and physical health, because a lot of the causes people with behavioral issues or homelessness or what have you comes from physical health and mental health and lack of a proper family.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, they do not want a strong family network. They just don't, because that
well, especially in this day and age, they are literally trying to do away with the nuclear family, as they call it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's been in motion for decades, ever since the feminist movement.
It is.
Well, it makes me wonder what's in store for the kids that's coming up now. They're so damn confused. They don't know which way to turn.
Right.
And a lot of kids don't have parents that has the time to spend with them and have to say, hey, look, it's not really like that.
You also have parents who want to get in there going, I want to do right by my kid. I want to teach them right. But the kid's like, the internet says this and my friends say this, and fuck you, I'm going to listen to them and I'm going to become all these weird ass things.
Yeah, that's true too.
And my teacher says this.
Yeah, but the problem is it's the...
Once you're in this world, I'll take you out of it.
It's the white liberal females that push their kids into this stuff as well.
Yes.
Well, there's going to be some that be like, I watched this show called Noise Pollution. And I heard the word "fuda," and it just ruined me from then on.
That's just roadkill.
I can hear it now. Mom, Dad, what's a futa?
I know, right?
And do I want to know?
I'd run in the room and throw that iPad against the wall.
I would really caution
Stop watching that shit.
I would really caution, though, to try to throw a label on this other than that it's a globalist agenda.
Yes.
It's not a left-right thing. They'll use whatever tools they have at hand that are going to be most expedient at the time.
It just so happens that the right is trying to fight it right now. Yeah.
Just right now. Yeah.
Right wing, same damn bird.
Yep.
True. But I think we can all agree that the leftists are more in, because they believe in more of that new world order mindset, whereas the right now, things change, but right now we're like, no, let's go back to nuclear families. Let's go back to
here's what you have to look at
our own rights.
I can see how you're saying all this, and it may very well be true. I don't know. What I'm looking at is you have the parties, and they're the same bird. But and then you have their public face to get people behind them and what they need to say to get the support. So there's the real them and then the public them.
Well,
and we also,
oh, sorry, go.
don't forget about Palantir. That's, you guys heard about that, where Trump has signed a deal with Palantir to make basically data profiles of every individual in the United States. So that's definitely in the direction of the globalist agenda. All
If
while
he's doing
people are
that, then these profiles already exist. You can be sure of that.
That when they built that massive NSA data bank in Utah, I was like, I know exactly what this is. This is so that everything you do is just right there on a little zip drive.
Well, yeah, but that's the same thing with Facebook and all that as well.
Snowden tried to tell us, and everybody was like, yawn, we don't give a fuck.
Yeah, or bullshit. And then because a lot of people didn't watch those outlets that were reporting on it, the only news outlets they watched were the ones that were like, this man's a traitor, he fled to Russia, look at what he did. And I'm like, dude, what he did was give us fucking real information. Well, how is he a traitor? You should
People
be
may not like me
celebrating
for
what
this,
he did.
but I believe in whistleblowers. If the truth can kill you, the truth needs to kill you.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I know he said he signed a deal with this person to make all these profiles and stuff. They'd be real confused with us because they don't know where in the hell we're coming from. We're all over the place anyway. Just like every time Noise goes on YouTube, they try to figure him out, and it's just they can't. The algorithm.
The thing is that all these profiles would already be started to do since the minute you had social media.
Yeah.
I know people, they see me, they see my image on screen, they're like, oh, he's a burnout, oh, he's a roadie, oh, he's a that. I'm a bit of a nonconformist. I'd never really stuck to anything. I'm not really into much of anything. Or you could say I'm into a lot of things. I'm a real fucking genuine weirdo that can't really be nailed down. And if you really knew me, you would know that.
I do. That's why I said it. It's like anytime something that you're into becomes popular, you switch. It's annoying. It's like, oh my God, make up your mind.
if the general population says, hey, this is all right with us, I'm like, oh, fuck, that's a red flag. Because I'm looking at the general population and going, yeah, I don't know about you fuckers.
Yeah,
right on.
He does. That's why YouTube, the algorithm can't figure him out. It's funny to see, too. It's like, does he like this or this?
That means this is why Noise lets me on, because I like Fuda. It's not popular. That means he likes it now as well. There we go. Yes.
That's quite.
He's going to remove me now. I know.
The conversations got so bad that Lilith is went to lurking instead of talking. That's how fucking bad we are at this. Yeah.
Well, I did want to mention, too, that if you want to think about, because the NSA a while back kind of made popularity because they had to look things up about people. If they were investigating somebody, they had to open the file, listen to the phone calls, look at the emails. But now we've got AI. So you know where all that data is getting fed into now.
Yeah.
Yep, it's making their jobs a little bit easier. Yeah.
You know,
or a lot
some
easier.
smart ass that is over the AI just puts some random ass weird shit in there just to fuck with people sometimes. You know they do, because
I don't think they'd have to do that with most people.
I would put some weird ass shit in there to fuck with the powers that
This is a funny thing about psychology. Everything that you take account for yourself and who and what you think you are not, because you blind yourself. Your mind does it. I don't know if it's the ego thing or what, but your mind blinds yourself to a lot of your own aspects, and you're like, no, not that, but it's absolutely true. But your mind blinds you to it, so you are not the true reflection of yourself in the least of what you think you are.
Right.
Yeah, he's actually talking about the shadow, Carl Jung stuff.
Yeah, Carl Jung, he had a different take on it than other psychologists, and yeah, I fall more in line with his teachings. He actually linked it to the spiritual as well, which is the thing that the reason everybody's like, don't listen to that fucking nut. He linked psychology to the spiritual.
See this conversation that we just started? Phoenix just perked up. He was like, "Oh, hello."
Must be a young fan.
I know a little bit about
bring
him.
it on. Bring it
I don't
on.
know a lot about Carl Jung. I know a little bit. You know a lot more than I do.
You heard Young, and he was like, "Oh, I gotta get in on that."
This thing has been
See,
attacking me all
double
night, been
entendre there.
clawing at me and attacking me. Just right off camera. Yeah.
Look, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
All the young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamier pussy, and tight pussy perish.
They followed me. What can I say? I haven't left the room. They followed me in here, so.
You're sounding a little drunk, are you?
No, I'm not drunk. Maybe a
You're
little
sounding a little bit that way.
You're a little drunk.
He's celebrating.
Yeah.
Mondays need to be more celebrated.
Mm.
See, he's like, this is why I don't speak up. I'll get put in a spotlight and they'll say all kinds of weird shit to me.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Carl Jung was a kind of a visionary in the psychology world. He wanted to link the spiritual with the physical psychology of things. I think if I remember right, him and Freud were friends.
Yeah.
And
Freud
they
was
were-
his teacher.
or something like that. Yeah, it was his
Yeah.
teacher. And
He didn't quite go the same way though.
no.
He was also close friends with Einstein.
Freud was a nut job.
No, okay.
He didn't
I've
start out
always
that
heard
way.
that. I've always heard that. But here's the thing. When I did look into Freud, sure, he had a lot of nutty things about him. And sure, he went wrong with a lot of his thinking. But with that being said, he was a genius. He was really fucking good at what he did.
He had some interesting points.
At first,
Yeah, but
he
wasn't
didn't
many
start out
science-
being a nut job. He didn't start out that way. But the closer to the end of his career that he got, he self-medicated just a little too much. And it kind of fried
Yeah.
his brain.
Yeah. I'm betting he had like syphilis or something.
Probably.
Yeah, well, and you always got to start somewhere. If I remember right, Freud was pretty much the first one that started to try to basically found this new science. And so you have to have a baseline. So even if what you say is crazy, other people can come along and say, well, no, that's not right because of this, this, and this. So he got the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm. But he was very open.
Well, that
certain
makes me
things.
think about debunkers. Okay, you show somebody something and then you can have 1,000,001 ways to debunk it. That's the easy part. It's like, oh, this could have been done like this. This could have been done like this. And you're like, yeah, but what if it wasn't? And they're like, well, prove it was real. It's like, motherfucker, how am I? You can't do that either, right? But you can come up with 1,000,000 ways to debunk it. That's the easy part.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just go get my Bigfoot. I got to get the leash first, and I'll just lead it out to the scientific community. And then if they say that they're going to take it, it's like,
You can debunk something to death, and your points could be very well. It could be very well faked, just as easy as as whatever you're showing. But then it could be something very real. Okay, take for example, take a real event that is a rarity, a real event that most people look at going, that can't be possible, but it indeed is, right? And it's provable that it is. watch how hard it gets debunked, and society will go, "That's been debunked, so shut up, don't not another word on it."
Well,
the
you know,
problem,
that's
I was going to say, the problem with a lot of the debunkers is that they don't have anything to offer. They don't hardly ever offer a replacement explanation. They just try to tear down somebody else's explanation for something that they see happening. It's lazy, ultimately.
well, that's like when Einstein was trying to prove his theory that during an eclipse, a solar eclipse, the stars come out in the sky. He spent years trying to prove that, but unfortunately, he died before he could prove it. Well, everybody in the scientific community said he was full of shit. They didn't believe it. Until years after he passed away, I think they proved it. They seen it for themselves, and now it's fact.
The scientific community, like every decade, they go, Einstein was right all along, and now it's hard fact and it's proven. Next decade comes, everything Einstein said was wrong, and we proved it. Next decade, everything he said was right. He was a genius.
Yeah, that's just the same as the people going on about climate change and crap science. Oh, well, you know, the world's getting hotter and hotter and blah blah. It's like, dude, man, how can it? My summer, I haven't even had a proper summer at all in Australia for myself. You know, we normally would have something like the average would be between 35 to 45, okay, for summer. We barely have, and that would be like for weeks on end or months. And we barely even have that anymore. We have like maybe a week or maybe 3 days in a row, and then it will go back down like to 25 to 30 sort of thing for Celsius. So
Yeah.
anyone who
Most
wants
of
to
us
sit
here
there and say that,
don't speak Celsius.
yeah, well, I'm Australian, so fuck you cunts. But honestly,
We're gonna get fucked from down under.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When they keep saying that the world's getting hotter, it's like, how? How is it getting hotter? Where my summer is not even summer anymore.
Well,
Like,
science is just the latest tool that the globalist agenda is using in order to forward their own agenda. And
Yes.
what they're doing with this climate, and this was developed by the Club of Rome back in the early 1970s, using climate as a demon to scare everybody, to control everybody. And that's what they've been doing. They've been putting out all this bunk science. It's the only stuff that ever gets funded. So if you're a scientist in the field, you have to toe their line in order to get money.
Right.
Well, it is also thought that every, I don't know, indeterminate amount of time, every so many millennia possibly, that the poles do indeed switch. If you look at ancient maps, they had all the Middle East was covered in snow and ice.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, you got to consider things like that.
Yeah, and it's been moving lately.
All I know is I am sick and tired of the 110 degree weather, the 115 degree weather, the 120 degree weather. I'm burning up and I got to have some relief.
That's what we're getting in Alabama, and we're speaking in Fahrenheit for you screwballs out there.
Yeah, see, that's actually my summer. Like what my summer used to be like bloody hot and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, like I said, lately you would get like 3 days of actual heat, and then it will go down again.
Must be nice.
115 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah, it is nice. I hate summer so much with a passion. Too hot.
Not a fan.
115 degrees Fahrenheit here is 46 degrees Celsius there. So just to put that into, you know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me your weather, Valkyria, is like 50 degrees? That's it. We're raiding Australia. We're taking over.
No. So the hottest we've had is in my state was about 50 Celsius, which is like 120 something or 30 something.
I remember one particular day in Alabama. I know this sounds unbelievable, but it's absolute true. Elijah was there. It hit 160 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's really hot. That's bloody hot.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
we were at a powwow that day, and
And I
people,
remember it because there were so many people passing out, and I remember they were handing out cool waters. But before you got them half done, they were hot. The little
It's like,
bottles,
yeah,
little plastic bottles, half done, they're hot.
yeah, downing them down one go before they're done. They're hot.
it was
Yeah.
so hot. The water in the creek that ran on the land where we were at was hot. The creek
I
water was
remember
hot.
I was at a Ozfest, an Ozzy concert in Tennessee, and that day, early 2000s, I guess. That day it was 140 in Tennessee.
Mhm. Everybody was cooking because everybody was packed onto some asphalt
And
areas.
here
and
we
stuff.
have it. Here we have it. The demand for the snatch.
I knew it was coming eventually.
Okay, since Charlie Nuclear is not offering like real money, I'll give them this.
Okay. Oh, hang on, wait.
Give them the
Oh,
snack.
hello there, Charlie. Ooh. I see Roadkill
Oh my
blushing.
goodness.
He loves it.
That's so funny.
Dude, okay, I have to admit, if we met up real life, we'll probably be like drinking, like fucking paying each other out and then go, dude, I love you, mate. Afterwards. And then one of us like, you fucking homo.
Exactly.
At Valkyria, you made them squirt.
Hang on, out of which hole though?
That's a good question.
All of them.
I will be
Well,
right
that just derailed us, didn't it?
Yeah, that got us.
My fault, I'm sorry. You can kick me from the panel if you have to.
I think it's Charlie's fault.
Oh, yeah, true.
No, I'll just make it easy. I'll just leave all of you.
Well,
Bug your roof.
we could always go back
y'all.
and talk about how the gender theory stuff is. That's something that's been being forwarded by science.
Yes, it has. And I can't understand why doctors will do these things where they actually take an oath of not to harm.
Yeah, well, there's money in it. That's a lot of them. That's all they care about.
Yeah, there's a whole new sector of medical applications needed for people to assist people in their mindsets of wanting to be this, wanting to be that. Mental health providers are making money off of counseling sessions with kids where they're like, well, I mean, if you identify that way, that's okay. Rather than, someone trying to kind of smooth it out and go, really though?
Yesterday
Because-
you were Spider-Man, and
Yeah.
today you want to.
Yeah.
We live in insanity today. That much should be clear to us all anyway. But you might ask, how did we get here? Well, I'll tell you how. People weren't paying attention. In the earlier 2000s, I was telling people, this is happening. And they're like, you're nuts. You're a conspiracy freak. You need to, stop believing in that crap when it was actually happening. And now they're looking around going, well, everybody's okay with it. It's accepted. So I guess I should accept it too.
Right. They made it easier for people to accept that whole ideology. And, yeah. And we all know where it
Well,
goes from. That
It
whole-
wasn't just that; it was the fact that they got rid of the asylums as well.
True. Yeah, they threw them all in private prisons now instead of hospitals to get help. Yeah.
They didn't want not 100% sure about it in Australia, but like in America, you guys got rid of them because of whatever reasons, and that's actually caused quite a lot of issues. Like people, like Roadkill said, they're not getting the treatment that they needed, which a lot of these people do. But also, I find that it seems to be more of a phase, like the new thing. So a lot of people are jumping that bandwagon as well.
Well,
we
I
definitely
think
need to bring it back.
Well, yeah, with stipulations, because a lot of stuff that went on in those asylums like that was horrific. You know, they would have to put strict regulations on them, so they just couldn't get in there and go, "Oh, well, we got human guinea pigs we can toy around with. Let's make some of them have two heads," or whatever in the hell they feel like doing that day. You know, so I
Well,
think
you
it
could say the
would
same
need
thing
to
in
be.
hospitals as well.
Mm-hmm. It would need to
Sorry,
be
cut you
heavily
off.
regulated. So
Yeah, well, and that would be better than what we have now because basically it's just people going off on all their different delusional paths, and there's so many of them. But I guess if you can lead people around by the nose with that, that's another system of control that you can use to control the populace.
well, I know the military for the longest time, back before they the public caught on to it, they was bad to perform experiments on people.
Yeah.
Especially the poorer of the enlistees.
Yes.
They, so it's not just the insane asylums and stuff like that. It
I just
was all
want to
manners.
interrupt for a moment. It says I have 13 viewers over on Rumble with virtually no chatters. If you are indeed over on Rumble, say something. It helps me. It helps us. So if you're here on Rumble or YouTube, speak up. The more you talk, the better. I don't, go nuts with it. Have fun. Go crazy.
That's like I cannot remember the name of the island, but there's an island off the coast of New York, I think, somewhere around up in there, where they were doing all kind of experiments on people.
With animals too.
Animals. It was both. It was animals and people.
Have you heard of the Montauk? Not only at Montauk experiment, I think, but there was a lab or an area called Montauk. Have you heard about all that?
Yeah, that's supposed to be tied with MK Ultra. I think it was like what they renamed the project after they closed.
Well, there's a lot to the whole Montauk thing, and it goes way beyond types of mind control. There was talking about it gets out there like bringing souls back into new bodies, and they would retain their memories after a while. And I mean, I don't know how much of it you can believe or disbelieve. I don't know. That's up to you. But look into that because that rabbit hole goes deep.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, all
A lot
those
of silent folks from it.
experiments. You got that. You also have Stargate and the remote viewing. I mean,
That's the funny story I got. These days they're saying that the whole Middle East war is not just about the oil and all that, but it's about they're trying to get alien technology and something to do with Stargates. Well, here's the funny story. When I was much younger, I was always working on computers. I had hundreds of them. I would get every junk computer I could to salvage it to work on it. I loved that shit back then. I was working on one and it hadn't discharged all of its electricity, and it shocked me and it knocked me out. And I had, I don't know, I guess it was a dream. It felt kind of like a vision, but it's kind of like I traveled to the Middle East and watched soldiers dying there and found out what they were after. And it was essentially a Stargate. And then I woke up going, oh, fuck, this shit just knocked me out. I just got shocked unconscious. And I was like, and I believe I told Elijah about it. Didn't I?
Yeah.
This was
you
like
did.
15 or 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild.
So yeah, I had this long running dream vision about that they went there for alien technology and they found it. And this was after I was shocked unconscious by a computer. Anyway, that was just an interesting story I had about that.
Yeah, that's interesting. That would just pop up randomly as you were knocked out,
Yeah, well, and all this is going into all those esoteric kind of studies that has been going on by the military, the CIA, that have been, you know, at one point they were conspiracy theories, but then they released the documents and everybody's like, oh, okay, that was real. But it all comes from Project Paperclip and all the crazy occult Nazis that were brought over to the U.S. and incorporated into science and leadership and everything like that.
So, any of you have some interesting stories, whether it be you seen something highly unusual or had a vision-like experience or anything like that? Which I know you're hesitant to tell on a live stream, but I'm like, fuck it, we're here to entertain people. They can believe it or they not believe it. I really don't care.
I've seen and heard some things, but nothing too interesting. Like, I've never seen a Bigfoot or an alien. But I don't know. No fun ghost stories, nothing like that. But I'm really into that stuff. As far as learning and listening to people's experiences, and kind of watching them as they're telling their story, and just noticing they have no skin in the game, and all the right body language is there for telling the truth. It's really cool. But I don't know.
Nope.
I messed with Ouija boards when I was a teenager.
Why would you?
It was just one of those things. We were bored teenagers and we heard about it. So it was like, okay, what the heck? I actually made one out of a piece of canvas and wrote all the letters out. And I know that it worked because we did an experiment where I stood up. We were using a shot glass as the shuttle. And I stood up on top of it on one foot, had everybody else put their fingers on my head, and the shot glass moved underneath me. There's no way anybody could fake that.
I have a story. This is actually one of the less outrageous stories I have, but about a Ouija board. I never completely believed. I mean, you always got one idiot going, I'm gonna make it say this and that. But this case was different because it was actually, we were all teenagers and we were all drinking a little, but not so much that we couldn't understand what the fuck was happening. It wasn't like that. So they started doing the Ouija board and it felt like they were getting some legitimate answers. And then it started giving answers and everybody's like, what the hell? What does this even mean? So there was somebody in the room that was like, I was just thinking that in my head and it answered it. And then each of us were like, okay, let's see if this shit's really happening. So we'd each think something and it would fucking answer it. So that way there's no chance of anybody just fucking with you.
Yeah, it seems like I remember doing something like that too, where we would think of numbers and ask it to tell us what number this person was thinking of.
I've heard some wild stories from people about those things.
Yeah, with Ouija boards though, they lie.
Well, yeah, like my brother was there. Both my brothers have passed away now, but anyway, he was always this real raunchy kind of person, and he asked just thinking it, what color panties did his wife have when they met, and it answered correctly. He wasn't touching the board, and he didn't speak it out loud.
That's wild.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if it's like myth or if there's something to them. I've had people that get really freaked out by it, meaning that, like you just mentioned, like that freaks people out when stuff like that happens. But I don't know. I also heard it can like conjure like bad things.
Actually, the answer was purple.
Yes,
Charlie,
yes, and no.
Charlie, same here. That's wild.
Again, okay, Rogue. Again, I believe like Ali might be able to say it better, but I believe it, depending on your belief, if you believe in it as well, that it depends on what would actually turn up and what could actually the after effects could happen as well. Which you got to remember when you're playing with a Ouija board, you always have to say goodbye.
Yes. Well, what
Because
this
if
says
you
is
don't, you're
it's very
leaving
dangerous.
the gates open for anything.
It actually is very dangerous. Let's say if you're, whether you're a believer or not, I mean, I'm speaking as a believer, but as a believer, I'm telling you, it is a dangerous thing you really shouldn't be fucking with.
Yeah.
Well, that goes along with anything like that, like scrying or anything like that. Scrying is actually dangerous too, because all it is you're sitting there and you're putting your energy into something to get an image back.
Well, it depends on the type of scrying. That is one type, but yeah, either way, you are a conduit or a vessel, and it leaves an opening to you.
Yeah. And so you have to do protections for yourself and for whoever else is there with you. I do know that if you have a animal in the house or whatever, a lot of times if there's something bad that's coming through, they'll pick up on it quick. I mean, they'll start acting all kind of weird and just looking at stuff that's not there or hearing something that's not there, and you go look a million times and nothing be there, or they sit and they will stare at something, like whether it be sitting on your couch or by a door or whatever. They're seeing something that you can't, especially cats. Cats do that a lot. They can pick up on stuff like that quicker than dogs can.
Well, that's because something like the Egyptians had the cats as a what was it?
Yeah. Something I never got is someone that says they believe in prayer, but none of the other stuff. I mean, how is it so different?
Be right back.
Well, it is a little bit different because when you're doing things like that, like working with Ouija boards or bones or runes or anything like that, it's not exactly a prayer. It's manipulating energies for an outcome.
Well, you know, what Charlie Nuclear says brings an interesting thought. Making a Ouija board in code is more fun. Well, okay, we're looking at like Ouija boards and going all this and going, well, you know, most of everybody speaks against it, but still people do it. How much do you think of that is going on in coding? How many people do you think is putting similar elements directly in the code that's getting executed on your system?
That's an interesting thought. Isn't there a command in Linux for like a daemon or whatever?
No, that's just a background process is running. They just call it that.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know, but still they used the term, so I just thought that was interesting.
But here we have Plum Island, where they did the experiments on animals. It was a super prison for deadly animal diseases. Now, there was a lot of rumors behind this place, and it was scheduled for shutdown in 2023. So, yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I'm just wondering how much of that was successful out of all those experiments.
Yeah, and not only what they told you about what they were doing, but what they didn't tell you about what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, supposedly some of the tick-borne diseases came out of those experiments. There's a lot of nasty tick-borne stuff. One that'll make you allergic to meat.
Oh wow. Yeah, like Lyme disease came from there, and they were working on biological weaponry, and they thought it'd be a swell idea to use different things as the delivery systems, and ticks was perfect. These little tiny parasites that could get you sick. But
Yeah, and remember Bill Gates talking about how mosquitoes are just flying syringes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah, you know, you're
Love
you're
that.
gonna get a vaccination whether you want one or not because mosquitoes.
yeah. It makes me want to invest in the Raid company. Give everybody free Raid.
No, not
spray cans.
Monsanto.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Never mind. We'll
Yeah.
figure out something.
Exactly. Yeah, I know, right? They got to hate something.
Yeah.
Lemongrass. I don't know.
Big
I
Shirley.
used to keep giant, really big citronella plants on my back porch in North Carolina, and they worked really well because I would just go out there, rub some on my fingers, and just kind of smell like citronella, and that would help. Nowadays, we buy these giant natural incense candles, incense sticks that just burn. And number one, the bugs hate smoke. Number two, it gives off that citronella smell they hate.
Well, I know that a lot of
You ever consider that we're just the welfare state for parasites?
Yeah, I've thought about that myself. And we are the welfare state for all the bugs and ticks and spiders and everything else that nobody wants to deal with. We're their food.
Well, and I often think about the people that I talk about as those rich, influential people. They're nothing but parasites, too.
Yeah.
True.
That is true. The bug laser turret.
Oh, they exist. They do.
Oh, God. I didn't know they existed.
I saw a little, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a little automated bot that was shooting air or something at bugs. And it would just sit there, hone in on something and knock it out.
It may have been salt. Shooting salt at them.
I want the salt gun. When I saw that at Lowe's, I was like, now this is just funny. You know, how you can just blast shit out of the air with salt. Instead of sitting there, trying to smack it, just be calm, take the shot. No more fly.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that would be more economical. I mean, it would certainly save some time. You could get a bunch of them at one time.
Yep.
Now, you would want a more natural solution that, again, treats the, disease and not the symptom.
Yeah, that's true. But, I don't know. With all this stuff that, for whatever we know, there's 10,000 more things that we don't know that they're doing all the time anyway. And by the time we find out about it, they've already moved on to something else.
Yes. Yep. Just like our technology. The military is apparently 10 plus years ahead of it, and in private companies, and then we get the scraps. We get we got this new microchip. When the military and private sector has been like, we don't need this anymore. Give it to them. Let Intel sell it or something. Yeah. So, and that's a fact. That's not a tinfoil theory. That's just.
And then there's the discussion whether they backwards engineered that from alien technology.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought at first.
Look at the expanse of our technology over the past 50, 60, okay, so let's go 60, 70 years, as opposed to the hundreds of years before that. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was just at a slow creeping crawl until certain events took place, and then it was like boom, 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 boom. Just one after the other. So that's where I kind of believe in that theory, is because looking back, there is a correlation with how things sped up technology-wise. More than ever.
Yeah,
I still feel we're going in the wrong direction with it. This, microchips and limited resources with these materials that's being used in it that we're running out of. We're just going in the wrong direction as a whole with technology.
Yeah, well, it's always the military. Everybody races with the military, and like you said, they're the ones at the head of it. They're the ones leading the way, and that's always the excuse: is well, if we don't develop this, then somebody else will, and then they'll have the advantage. So,
Right. It would seem that Valkyria has to leave us.
Yes, I need to go before the puppy decides to start destroying the house. I need to take him for a walk and stuff.
All right.
So, catch you guys. Good talking and all that. And please, everyone watching, subscribe to Noise and everyone else on the panel. And looking forward to when Roadkill does his stuff as well.
Thank you.
So look out for him. So yeah, take care, guys.
Yeah. See you later.
What are we gonna do without him now?
The Futa God has left. Whatever shall we do?
well, he will live on in the inevitable comments that will come.
Yeah. Yeah. The little Boston Terrier puppy I have has ran everybody else off of the big giant dog bed. And he took it over, and now he's got the whole thing to himself. And he's stretched out. He knows what he's done. He knows what he's done. In fact, he ran them all out of the house. They're all outside on the porch.
Fuck the new guy. I don't like him.
But yeah, I mean, I would just be curious to see all the ins and outs the government has that they're keeping from everybody, whether it be alien coalition conventions and that kind of stuff, to the massive amounts of technology that they have stockpiled, probably, that they're just not sharing with everybody else because they think everybody else is too stupid. You know, it's got to be something like that.
It would blow our fucking minds out of the water. We would be like, whoa, wait a minute, what? And that's what over decades of listening to documentaries and people and things like that, and knowing some people that have worked at certain places and hearing just a tiny tick of what they knew, I'm like, dude, this stuff is wild. And that's how you're going to get a lot of normies that will see this at a side view as fact, but they'll still look the other way, and they won't give it the time of day. And as long as people won't give it the time of the day, they just live that straight line. But yeah, Elijah, I think we'd all have our minds blown, and I think some people would take it out of proportion and go, a little wild about it. But there's a lot of things, man. There's a lot of shit that is kept from us, and I always wonder, what if they integrated this slowly over the years? I don't know. I think they're still back in that 1950s mindset when it comes to public information release.
Yeah, I mean, DARPA is one of the main agencies that does a lot of this technology. They did the first internet when it was intranet. Cell phones actually existed in the 1950s, just not to the public.
Well, I believe it.
Yeah, you can look that up.
Yep. So it's just
yeah, well, that's what we're seeing right now, though, is the gradual trickling out at whatever pace they deem is appropriate that will assimilate society, as opposed to just jar it into chaos.
Yeah, and they also want to give time for the economy to adjust, so that things don't go haywire. So they want to be able to create revenue based off the information as well, and that's an important part of our society, I guess. Unfortunately, is capitalism and making sure that the companies are safe and not gonna take a hit, because regardless, they don't even pay their fucking taxes, so it's not like anything else will change.
Why does everything always lead back to money?
Yeah, man. That's status and power nowadays.
Money is their god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm convinced that there are alternative forms of energy, and we've seen some of them that are coming out. Supposedly, Japan is developing a fission nuclear reactor that's actually producing positive amounts of energy. They're the sodium reactors. They're storing energy in sand. I saw recently where they have just big silos filled with sand, and they turn the energy into heat up the sand, and then they draw on that heat. So and the stuff that Nikola Tesla came up with. I mean, just pulling out energy from the air. And there was a young kid who came up with something similar to that for a science project in elementary school a few years ago. It's probably been longer than that, but yeah. And then you saw it on the news once and never hear about it again. So that's a big one.
They snatch that shit, man. The government will snatch that fast. They're like, nope.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're all the time hearing about these great new methods that, as time goes on, you never hear about again, like destroying cancer cells with sound, with fine-tuned sound.
That was amazing to watch. Watching that and how the guy did it, and all the medical field were like, no. What you're doing is you're curing it, and we need to sustain it and make money. Yep. I remember watching about a thing about that, and yeah, it's a damn shame, man. How so many things have been knocked away from the population because it might interfere with someone's bankroll.
Well, yeah, like the electric car. Cars actually started out electric, I believe. The very first cars were electric, but there was a resurgence of it in the, I don't remember, the 90s, early 2000s, something like that, and they killed it. They purposely killed it. There's warehouses full of electric cars that are forbidden to touch. And then they tried to stop Tesla as the car maker. They tried to, that's why you have to get it from a Tesla seller and not any other type of car dealership.
Man, they had hydrogen engines, based off of water. And there's a video of the inventor driving a vehicle that he built that ran off of water, and they snatched that from him. And then I'm pretty sure he died of some sudden health issue.
Yeah,
and then
I remember that.
Another situation where all of his work was just gone. All of his files,
and they've been
paperwork.
the same man that was sitting down at a restaurant, and he jumps up and like grabs his chest or something, and he goes, "They've killed me! They've killed me!" And
yeah, I think yeah, he went to go dinner with some friends, and all of a sudden, yeah, and yeah, that's it's just so super fucking unfortunate for humankind.
Yeah, well, and I think that, it would require a huge reset and recalibration and a paradigm shift for society to start moving in the right direction.
It would have to be a massive crumble, and then the right people lead the way in a better direction. That's what would have to happen.
And
and
it always makes me think of the man who tried to prove that water has a genetic memory to the point to where you can send data across the world and it would program into their body of water, which then could essentially like turn into a medicine. It would retain memory. When they put him on the spot and it's like, so you've proven all this? Okay, do it now. Well, it didn't work, but he claims that they sabotaged him.
I read an article the other day that water retains memory, and they proved it through it looked like ice, like the photos. But what they did was, I can't remember. I wish I remembered the article correctly, but yeah, something just came out recently about water retaining memory.
There was a guy. There was a guy who did an experiment. I think he was in Australia. Wish Val was still here, but he would say nice things to one jar. it might have been rice, but I think it was water. But he would say nice things and then say mean things to the other thing. And then when it was frozen, it would form different types of crystalline structures depending on what it was being exposed to emotionally.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
And water is one of those things. Water is a weird substance too, just chemically.
Yeah.
There's even this debate that's going on, I guess you could say, in the spirituality community, that some people are claiming that water is God in physical form because everything springs from water, virtually everything, possibly everything. I don't know.
Water is life. We can't live without it. Nothing can live without it, really. You can go 2 weeks as a cactus and then start feeling the hit, but that's about it, you know? But that's also because they retain so much. They're just, but yeah, water is life. Generally speaking,
Yeah.
you know.
It's funny, like we come from apes, but we're so fish-like that it's ridiculous that we don't generally think about it. But think how fish-like we actually are.
Yeah.
Well, and everything is that way. I mean, plants, animals, anything carbon-based requires water. That's what they always look for, too, when they're exploring other planets, is like, oh, is there water there? Because
can't do it without it.
Which leads me, my thought process to, you would think they would have created a suitable artificial water by now. So it looks like we got a raid by Furious Dan 45. 70 people he sends our way.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
But thanks.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks a lot. Any raid is welcome.
I'll be right back. I got to do this.
I guess he's done.
Oh, but Furious Dan ran roadkill off.
Well, I had thought, you know, when people go to space, they are encumbered by a giant space suit with the oxygen and all that stuff. What if there was a way to create the atmosphere around the body without the encumbering suit? You could wear it on your chest and you could breathe and all that stuff in space.
Wait.
Without the
there's the pressure. I mean, you're talking about some type of invisible skin around you, essentially, right? Or, you know, membrane or what have you, a barrier of some sort. But there's I don't know how the pressure system would be in space. I mean, supposedly there's less pressure. So you would have to count for how your lungs may work with that.
Yeah, well, you'd end up either being very wasteful by trying to put enough around you that there would still be enough left while the other dissipated into the lower pressure area. What Noise is saying is exactly right. It's a matter of pressure. So you're creating pressure when you need pressure to have the atmosphere. And if you're right next to something that has no pressure, it's going to want to equilibrate right away.
Well, the reason why I thought of it is water, like you said, is gives the the fish and stuff the ability to move up and down and like a bird, you know, in the air. So I was thinking,
it's not just water; it's a organ, I suppose, inside of them that tells them what's what.
So I was thinking space travel would be a lot more doable if there was a way to create that, what I wanted to say, a force field around the person themselves so they could travel through space. I mean, they'd still need a ship and stuff, but they wouldn't be so encumbered.
So the question is, the two main things is the pressurization and the oxygen. But yeah, there's likely other factors, but you know, I can't say I know a lot on the subject, but I imagine there's other factors as well.
But I
Yeah.
guess it gets your mind wondering, what if you could create something like that for people, for like, this planet's not going to last forever, you know. So future generations are going to need to find somewhere else to go. So why not, think outward instead of inward?
So, however many of you came over from Furious Dan's stream, I hope you stick around. We talk about everything here, sometimes gaming too, but really it's wide open. We talk about everything.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, we're talking about space and the effects and how to counterbalance the effects of space on the body, on, potentially something other than a spacesuit. So Charlie Nuclear says a space bubble that changes the space around it can go faster than the speed of light since it is more worm-like, like a wormhole.
Well, another thing that got me to thinking about that kind of thing is,
Theoretically, he's on to something, but practically, not so much.
well, another thing that got me to thinking about that is water bears. Water bears can survive in space. So if they can crack how they do it, and I know they're microscopic, but if they can crack how they do it, then that might be a way for people to be able to do that at some point in the future too. Because like I said, the planet's not going to last forever. People are going to need somewhere to go. So that's just my thought process, I suppose.
Yeah, the volcanoes are going to blow soon enough. They got that one off of Oregon or Washington that's like apparently weeks away. They're having like up to, I think it was 500 earthquakes in a day, and it's just getting more and more. It's
well,
not
the
going to be a
problem is
detriment.
either you're dumping loads into it, or it's because you're not dumping loads into it.
Something to think about.
Yeah, I keep hearing about a lot of different volcanoes around the world. There's
Don't fall for the Yellowstone ones. Apparently they're putting together little clip videos saying that they're watching these mass migrations of animals, which is telling of a natural disaster coming. But I heard a lot of those are false. But also we all know that once that thing goes, the aftermath is going to be like over half the country is going to be like affected hardcore by it. Not just. But what's funny is if you look at the ring of disaster from what the scientists have projected, the whole eastern seaboard we're good. Like all the states, like it's pretty funny. I'm just like, oh, there goes all the farmland in California. But
yeah, when I lived in Colorado, I remember looking that up, and I was within the blast zone there. But I think I'm safe here in Missouri from that. Maybe not from the fallout afterwards, but
exactly. I think you're in like the yellow range.
Isn't it funny? California is like their own empire, but all it takes is somebody to go out and set a little fire, and it's like, oh, we're all doomed.
And they're broke.
Yeah.
Well,
California is very proud of themselves, and I see why, because I've heard north is beautiful. I've been down south in the southern part, which I love. I love the dry heat desert. I don't know what it is. I just get along with the temperature better when it's just windy and dry heat. They have sun all the time, but then California and Texas should like go off and like date each other. They're both very much like me. I'm the most important here, and everyone else is like, shut the fuck up.
And then you got the bastard Florida.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about Florida.
Yeah. Lilith, as a non-American, keeps going, I want to go to Florida for the little alligators. She just don't know. You can't blame somebody if they're non-American for not knowing, but just know. Just say no.
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville is not too bad. I lived in Jacksonville for a while.
Well,
but it's
talking
like
about
South Georgia.
The closer south you get, I've heard stories, and it's like No, I'm not going to Florida neither. I'll just stay at the house. I don't care. I don't
Also,
mind.
whatever you know about a place from the past, that was the past. The world has gotten really out of whack these days, and it's like there's a lot of places. Like I used to love the North, but you go back now, it's not the same.
Right.
Nothing, no place is like it used to be.
Mm-mm. The tides have changed. Yeah.
Yeah, it might have something to do with those shifting poles.
I don't know. Yeah, they say it's happening. And when it finally happens, it's going to be disastrous. But like we're living in it right now in real time of the pole shift, and that's when I learned about that in science class. I was like terrified. I was like, oh my god. And then also the continental plates moving off the coast of Virginia, and once those crack, Virginia Beach is going to be completely underwater. So I was like terrified learning all this shit as a kid growing up. I was like, wait a minute, they're going to crack and move? And they're like, yeah, it's happening right now. But eventually there's going to be that bump between the two continental plates, and then that's going to cause like a massive tsunami or whatever. But I don't know. I live at a decent above sea level now, so I'm not completely safe, but
I know the first people that noticed the poles shift is the Alaskans, because they live at the poles. And what it is they use landmarks up there, the glaciers and things like that, for their travel, so they'll know how to get around. I'm talking about people that live way up in the north near the Arctic Circle. And they'll be the first ones to tell you, yeah, it's shifting.
Yeah, something's happening.
It's harder to find, it's harder to navigate, and the animals that they follow, they get thrown off course because of the way the magnetic pull of the earth has changed a little bit. And it doesn't take much either, just a little bit.
It was an interesting topic. I can't say I know much on it, but Charlie Nuclear says Mormons believe Missouri, of all places, Missouri is a promised land destined to be the site of Zion, however you want to say it, or the New Jerusalem where Christ will one day return.
That's
I can imagine them showing up to Missouri and going like, too many meth heads here, I'm going back.
That's where my friend used to live in Joplin, and when he had to go live with his mom, all of a sudden he came back, and we were like, so what was it like out there? He was like, well, I lived in Joplin, and he was like, I got addicted to a drug. I'm not going to tell you, but it's everywhere. And I was like, oh shit, dude. So that's funny you mentioned the meth thing. I mean, dude, there's drugs everywhere, but apparently, there's in certain places it's you got. I mean, same thing with Washington.
Yeah.
You got your meth trailers everywhere, man.
I know people that have lived in and come and go from Missouri, and my impression from them is that is the most white trash place you could go to.
Yeah, from what they've described, yeah.
Are we talking outside of Arkansas? Because I've seen some shit there, and also West Virginia. Not gonna lie. I've seen people living in caves basically, and I'm like, this shit's happening.
I personally a lot of people tried to tell me that when I first moved here, and keep in mind, we moved here from Colorado, so no matter which way you look at it, it was a step up.
I've always wanted to visit Colorado. Like up, what's that city up in the air? Is that?
Welcome, Killer J Plays.
Well, everything.
I know,
everything is a mile high up.
I think it's Denver.
Denver is a mile
That's
high.
where
Anything on the Front Range.
Oh, okay. In culinary school, they're like, unless you live in the mountains of Colorado, this is the temperature water boils, because as you get higher, the water temperature, you have to boil it. It has to reach a higher temperature to boil. So I remember that. I remember that from school.
You have to cook differently there.
That's wild, man. But no, in big mountains. When I went to Alaska, we got there at nighttime and flew into our cabins at nighttime. Waking up that next morning, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I've been missing out, man. Like, just the massive sky and the mountains, I was like, "Whoa, dude! This is." I'm used to like.
Okay,
I'm used to the rolling Appalachians.
but how high were you?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, nah. Yeah, we couldn't bring weed on this trip, but a lot of us smoked pot. And we were like, dude, did
Oh, there's
anyone
plenty there.
We were like, dude, did anyone bring a vape? They were like, no, man. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, if you're into outdoor stuff, Colorado is a good place to be. You can hike, you can snowboard, ski.
Yeah.
All kinds
Oh,
of
this is
outdoor
before the whole legalization thing. And but yeah, so everyone was scared to bring their own product. But yeah.
Well, at first I wanted to go live in Alaska. Not for the people. I could give two shits about the people.
What?
I wanted to go live with the polar bears.
Right.
They got it going on.
Elijah's
They
out there
do.
trying to feed them.
I would feed them, and I'd be on the news because I'd be dead, but I would feed them. But I forewent all of that, and I want to go to Norway. That's where I want to go. I want to ride the boat down the fjords.
That does sound
That's
pretty
what
cool.
I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, Alaska is one of those places I thought about too. You know, you can live 2 miles outside of a city and you're in the middle of nowhere, and then, you know, or maybe 10 miles, but like Anchorage or something. So you can still find a Best Buy, but you're not so far out there where it's like, nah, so I take a water plane to a canoe.
Hey,
What's going on, guys?
Hey man.
Tired.
Dan, if you could move anywhere like strange, where would it be?
Like, what do you mean?
Like this, like totally different. Say it was just you and your
Out of
life.
country.
You had a shit ton of money, anywhere in the country or out of the country. Where would you move?
Japan.
Nice. All right. I've always wanted to go there myself too. Tokyo.
I just like the culture and everything is settled over there. But the problem is, I don't know how the government will operate with the rules and policies over there. So once you move to another country, you have to know the policies. You have to know how the rules is, how they work, how they operate, how the culture really is. You gotta respect it. It's a lot of things compared to the American culture. You live freely everywhere you go. You have very little policies because you're free to roam. But another country is totally different. If you go to another country, you go to somebody's house, you're obligated to take your shoes off or something like that. It's a lot of stuff, bro. It's a lot of cultural stuff that you have to really respect, and in a manner way that they have to do. They have to say.
That's what I'm saying, man. If it weren't for Tennessee, it'd be Tennessee, Alaska, or y'all are gonna hate me for this, but the western side of like British Columbia, Canada.
Yeah.
Up in Canada, not the French side. Okay, we're talking people that are just like us. So there's not much disparage between cultures. So it's not like, you know, if I go up there and want to find a coffee and a newspaper, I can do that. Not that I buy newspapers, but it's just that it's same, you know.
By the way, hello everybody. I'm sorry. I came in from just a stream.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
welcome.
welcome.
The gaming stream. Yeah, so I was just wanted to come in for a bit because I haven't been on Lois Pollution channel on show for quite a while. I've been doing me the whole time. You know, try to hit the watch hours and get it completed before this month.
Yeah, got you, man.
That I'm screwed. Yeah. That RoboCop game is off the hook, though. I'm gonna lie to you. But the problem is, I do have a problem with it right now. Throughout the 2 chapters extra that I've been playing, I've been having a problem with the glitch of not picking up the weapons on the floor. Yeah, that was a major bummer for me. The only thing I could pick up was the 100 rounder, which is the one kind of like a turret gun. That was the only gun I could pick up, and that ice weapon. The ice weapon is fucking crazy, bro. You hold the button, and it shows like an ice beam at them. They freeze, but it just freezes, just not them, but the whole fucking place. It's just fucking insane, bro.
I got the Rogue City, you know, when it was on sale.
Yeah.
And they're trying to recreate the RoboCop movie, which I think came out in '89, and then they're like got futuristic stuff, but then like '80s stuff in this weird mix of it, and today's climate is just very odd.
Oh, it's gonna be wild with the new one, yeah.
I also had another complaint too about it. I hope they keep proceeding with the Alex Murphy scenario. At the beginning, when I started playing with Alex Murphy, they switched Lois for another chick, but she died. The chick died. So maybe there was a storyline to that. Maybe they changed the storyline correctly. I'm not sure. I don't understand the situation. But at the beginning, I was mad, but I was pretending not to be mad because I was actually trying to try to play it off. But I was mad, and I was wondering, like, I see these are the two cops, and the main bad guy is one of the cops that was with Murphy, who wants to do justice the right way, but he wants to kill all the criminals. So the problem is at the beginning when I started with Alex Murphy today, I was wondering where the fuck is Lois. Don't Lois supposed to be with Murphy?
Yeah.
And she wasn't there. So they swapped Lois for the black girl. And as soon as
that's fucked up.
Yeah, so as soon as the
Right.
black girl kicks the door, she dies. She gets blown the fuck up. Maybe there is another story to that with Lois and Alex Murphy when they might end up doing the part that he actually died, but they're not gonna show everything, because the censorship and stuff like that, so the gruesome violent. But I was actually pretty mad about that part of when Alex Murphy just started with those three individual cops, including the black chicks. The black chick being replaced for Lois. But Lois is in the game. She's still alive. But I want to know if after I just played with two different characters also as well. I also played with another black lady who's actually running away from the thugs. Then she gets caught by the thugs, gets sliced in the face, and then she gets taken to an interrogation room at certain parts of the game. And you can refuse to kill the two guys that actually sliced her face, or kill them, electrocution style.
Kill them.
So knowing me, I hate bad guys. I hate bad people. I hate thugs. I got no sympathy for them, so I press the button. I kill them both. For the fuck it.
They tried to reboot the RoboCop movie so many years ago, and it flopped hard. But I think if they were, I don't think anything's going to compare to the original. But if they were to try again, I'd like to see them make it slightly cyberpunk, maybe even Noir style. If anybody's familiar with Noir.
And I kind of noticed
like that.
Dark and raw.
And
That's what RoboCop 1 brought to the movie scene, was like, holy fuck, this is some crazy shit.
And I kind of noticed the censorship didn't just started back in 2020, 2024. This happened way before Biden. This happened during the Trump era, when Trump was president, or way before that. Because when they did the RoboCop, what year the new RoboCop came out? The one with the black that he got blown up from a fucking car bomb, like an alternative way. Because the way Alex Murphy died in the original movie, he got fucking smoked by Clarence.
He was tortured basically by a bunch of thugs and then shot in the head. Yeah, he was treated like a fucking sick dog.
Exactly. But in the new one,
Jay plays says, "Tell Dan I'm playing World War Z on the Steam Deck."
Oh, World War Z is fucking fantastic.
Nice. I can't wait to get my new Steam Deck, man.
And World War Z, like I did a show with World War Z with him, Toasty, and me, and it was fucking fantastic.
That was a good time. I saw that.
Yeah, and then it was fun, and because Toasty hasn't been streaming, she took a break from streaming, but she did game streams, so basically it still counts as a stream regardless. So we're gonna end up trying to do something with either Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe the days that she's off, she can stream with us. Game streaming while she's off and have some fun. Because lately her show um, a lot of people hasn't been appearing like normal.
Well, she,
And
so yeah, they said that she said she was going to take a week off in Discord, and then
yeah,
she's starting back up on Wednesday this
yeah,
week.
this week.
So that's usually her off day. So, you know.
Yeah,
But yeah, I do like how she's been picking up those game streams. I think those are important for
Yeah.
what her channel. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're there and we're helping her out. Like she helped us out with our channels also as well, and I'm very grateful for that. You know what I'm saying? So I want her to grow more often too, because do at least one game stream a week, and then the rest all her shows. So that way we play games and that one day a week, and then she does the rest of her shows. But Toasty with the most 69 stuff like that, do her whole thing. That'd be fantastic, because the game stream does help a lot. She could be able to have a topic to talk about the game that she talks in the next day on her own show, and how much that we have fun and all that stuff. That brings a topic and a story for it of how much we have fun. We got plenty of games we can play. We're trying to play either Dead Island or Dead Island 1, then the Riptide. Then we started with Dying Light 1 and 2. We're gonna beat those two, and then we're gonna get the Beast, the new upcoming Dying Light game that's coming out next month.
Nice.
So right now I'm pretty busy with the RoboCop game, and I also have purchased Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, which comes out in 2 days. So if I could complete that and do a Wu Chang one day, and then hang out, because I'm gonna schedule all that myself, and then if Toasty calls me up and say, "Yo, you want to do a game stream tonight?" I'm gonna be like, "Hell yeah!" So I'll skip Wu Chang to hang out with my peoples, and be able to have more fun that way. Hey,
the comics dad says, "Hey, Noise and crew, just popping in to hit the like and all the things making the rounds before bed. Have a great stream, brother. Thank you so much."
You too, comics dad. You have a great night, man. Rest well, okay?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head off here also. I'm getting kind of tired.
You just moved your streaming device to your bedroom?
Maybe.
I think that's a smart move, because that way if you get knocked out, you don't have to worry about the shit.
Then I'll leave you on stream while you're passed out on the bed sleeping like this.
Yeah. Or it needs a nice girl in there. He good to go.
And then I'll be telling stories about how you slathered yourself with peanut butter for your dog.
No.
I think your dog though.
He's a freaky ass ninja.
He looks like a giant sized Jack Russell. How big that motherfucker is. Yeah, I love him. I love dogs. I tell you, I'm crazy with dogs.
Okay, I got a question for Phoenix. I saw this earlier, and I thought it was a pretty cool question. On X. Okay, so if you could go back to being born, or go back to a younger age, like starting out where you're still being taken care of, like 4 or 5 years old, and with all the knowledge that you've accumulated so far in life, all the things you know, or $10 million right now, which one would you choose?
I'd say $10 million right now.
Interesting.
Because if I already have the knowledge when I was a kid, nobody would believe me. So I'd have a hard time getting anywhere with it.
I think it's trying to ask if you had a chance to do everything all over again and know, hey, all these bad decisions I made, I can do this now and just kind of see where it went, or would you like to just, dude, that was me too. I was like, give me the cash.
I definitely think
interesting question. Yeah.
Well, for me, ultimately, I mean, part of me wants to say, to go back, because then I could play the stock market and everything. But I know there's a high chance in just coming back worse, even with all the knowledge, worse happening to me. I just want to get past this life and find out what's after, and hopefully not have to come back to this hellhole. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm surprised Val's not here.
Oh, he just left.
He was.
He just left. Yeah, he probably wanted to go play Opponent Exile with a bitch. Like he normally does. I don't blame him. He's having fun.
The game looks fun. Yeah. No, he wanted to get his dog calmed down, and yeah, probably. I don't know what the time it is over there.
Yeah.
I think it's morning time for him over there. Yeah.
I guess I'll see you guys later and get some sleep.
All right, man.
All right,
Good evening,
Phoenix.
brother.
Yeah, man. Like I said, man, more important thing is have fun and enjoy the moment of time with the community. That was my thing, you know.
Yeah.
I may not have a big audience, but I don't care. Just come in and have fun and be able to have a conversation, play games and stuff like that. That's a good therapy for me. Even though they don't have to say anything in the chat, but they're there.
Mm-hmm.
No?
That's what I see with a lot of the streamers, the game streamers, people that we know too. I'll pop in, and I'll be the only one in the room, and they're already like they're narrating what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, oh wow, like that's interesting to do that. Just know that there's no one there, but you're ready to go, so that someone doesn't pop into your stream and they're like, he's not saying anything.
Yeah.
He or she is just quiet playing a game, and that's not as fun, you know. So yeah, one of the guys we know, I've done that a couple times. So I'm like, that's a smart move, man. Just be rolling with it like you're talking to people, you know.
Oh yeah, and it's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool. I can't wait to finish the quick content creator program for the month, and I'm good to go and be straight about it.
Nice.
You know, I ain't complaining. So
yeah, I'm still trying to complete mine. You know, you have to have so many unique chatters every month for the Rumble Creator Program, and I'm still lacking 4. I mean, on Rumble sometimes I'll have 15 viewers, but nobody's saying anything.
You know what? Let me say something right now in your chat. On your
Dude,
Rumble chat.
for years I did that noise. I didn't interact. I didn't like the stream, and because it gave me a feeling of being tracked. Whereas after a while, I was like, "Fuck it, dude. Who gives a shit? You know, who cares if I like this video by someone?" But I think that's why a lot of people don't do it. They like to remain completely anonymous and just watch, like a.
Well, yeah, you got a lot of people who don't use things because they're worried about being tracked. And I'm just looking at you're being tracked anyway. If it's not by your devices, it's by other people's. You're being tracked no matter what. They can always get
exactly.
you.
If you're sitting on a video for more than 30 seconds, they've already clipped a little bit of your algorithm. You know.
You might have to check your chat. Everybody has to say something on this chat, so that way you can complete the chat thing.
And dude, that's what
say hello, say something.
Use an emote. Just put a
wiener. Look, he says wiener.
Say wiener
on Rumble. Okay,
I started doing reposts, and I think they're helping people, man. Like just reposting is something that I saw a guy the other night on Saturday. He went from 56 viewers to 400 viewers because of his repost. He was put on the pick page, editor's pick page or whatever. And I was like,
wow,
I made it to
600 hours.
Everybody out there on Rumble right now, if you know how to repost my video. It'll help us all out here.
It's so simple. Like at first I was like, wait a minute, I have to write something to repost. All you have to rewrite is exactly what the streamer rewrote. Like I said, Monday night noise with noise pollution or something. Like I didn't get creative and all saucy with it. What it does is it'll come across someone else's view, and then that's how we all help each other. It's that's what it is. But I've seen it work, and I was talking with John about it the other night, and I was like, dude, that shit works. And he was like, yeah, that's why we hit on the repost. I don't know about YouTube, because YouTube you have to share it to someone or something, whereas repost on Rumble, it all stays internal, so it's just a little bump for them. You don't have to some people that follow me, some of my friends may not dig this show, so I'm not going to send it to them, so I don't send them the YouTube shares.
Let's put it like this: everybody out there, repost this video if you're on Rumble. It doesn't just help me out; it helps Dan out, it helps Roadkill and Jeffrey there, helps us all out. I mean, it gets their face, their name out there, it helps us all.
Yeah, I've been doing that for quite a while, reposting people's video. You know, I haven't seen in a long time, quite a bit too. Zombie. How's he doing?
Who?
Zombie 3D.
Yeah, for real. I mean, I've been for a while there. He was pumping out videos on X and like
Yeah.
little updates, but maybe he's just taking a seat for a little bit.
Yeah, probably on vacation.
I saw him somewhere yesterday, someone's show.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah.
Before one show, Zombie in our chat, he sent out a picture of him like with this Huel joint kind of setup. It's like, you know, put it in your mouth and it's like two joints like that.
Yeah, it's like a Y. Yeah, dude, that thing is wild, man.
Zombie invited me to his show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so the problem is that he streams when I'm at work.
Yes.
So that's gonna be hard. So I don't know. By the time I come out of work, I don't know if he's gonna end the stream or not. So he's gonna try to get me in there and stuff like that.
So we'll get it live while on his stream. We'll hear you're fired.
Oh man.
I don't know if everybody can hear it or not, but
that repost by Killer J Plays, it helped. It boost my numbers. I'm up by a few.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody can hear it or not, but my Big Shirley and the puppy are not fighting. That's Big Shirley growling, playing, and she's slinging the puppy all around the floor, and he's just flying like this. That's why I keep looking back.
I'm gonna be like, Big Shirley!
She's busy.
I love dogs. She's gonna jump. Is she coming?
No, she's
Big Shirley!
Big Shirley, what are you doing? Hey, quit eating my cow.
She's gonna
Hang on, I'll be right back.
You look like babies.
Yeah.
Like babies. Oh man.
Yeah, if anyone out there is looking to start a family,
Yeah.
get a puppy first, because that'll keep you on your toes, and because it's worse with a kid.
So yeah, while we have a few more viewers than we had, be sure to check out Dan's material and Jeffrey's material and Roadkill's material. Each of you can post your links in the Rumble chat if you so wish.
Yeah. Check me out, guys. Check me out. I made it to 600 followers. Shout out to everybody. I gotta see if I can find my shit.
And I would say check out her stuff too, but this is all she does. Yep.
Wow.
I don't
just,
have
like, you know, when I'm ready for a stream, I pull her out of the closet and sit her in front of a computer and like, go. Now do it. Just do it.
Oh wow.
Big Shirley, the little shit. Oh my God. She sits there and she stares at me and she waits for me to get to talking, and then I'll see out of the corner of my eye she's trying to eat my couch. She does it all the time. Yep.
So we have here from Killer J Plays. Everyone, let Roadkill know how pretty he is as a woman.
now I was reading that, and that's why I was kind of laughing to the side. Did what's her name post something that I'm not seeing?
I don't know.
'Cause I know she has the ability to mess with you.
Oh, you want my chat? I don't know.
You mean Mr. Sparkles?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she been fucking around with me all day.
I don't know. I'd be a pretty ugly female. I'll tell you the truth.
She's fantastic, Mr. Sparkles, bro. Like I said,
Oh,
God
she
bless-
did? Jay, where is it? God damn it.
God bless you.
I gotta see this for myself.
That's my link, guys. You guys want to follow it? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I've been having a lot of games. I just noticed something too about StreamYard. They updated it.
They did?
I noticed that new
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. They changed around a few things. They have the occasional update.
Yeah. Oh man, pretty soon I'm about to hit that freaking bed in a few minutes.
Ah, okay. So she's being nice to me. Okay. She doesn't want to publish it. That one she made of Dan though was fire.
That was fucking that was fucking degrading.
Isn't it?
Fuck, bro.
Dude, she made me pregnant. Like, what the fuck?
She
man?
turned you into a fucking fairy.
I know.
The worst one that I did. Well, I didn't mean to cut you off. Oh, noise. The worst one I
I'm
did.
gonna show one that she made of me.
Oh shit!
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It looks like it looks like you're in Phoenix's room. Looks like a bed behind her or something.
No, not really. That's
I think it's I think it could be from an older video I had made when I was recording at a different angle. Is what I'm thinking.
She's pretty good with that stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with that shit too.
I haven't fucked with it, man. Dude, back in the day, back in the day, it's only 2012, but back then, I was heavy into like 4chan and like meme generation, and I've made so many fucking memes, I can't even, and they were good, man. My friends were like, holy shit, these are funny. And then I just fell off from it, but that's the last time I dabbled in any of that is like meme generation, you know? But nowadays it's so advanced, you can do crazy shit, man. But I got one for her I want her to do for me. Hopefully it plays out well. I don't know, we'll see. It'll probably the background and everything will look great, and it'll be me as a woman or something.
Yeah, man. All I want to do is right now, and just pretty soon, hit that bed.
Yeah, you look pretty You look pretty wiped out.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah, you do the game streams, you're back and forth. Plus, I've been drinking beer. It happens.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying myself, bro. Like I said, I tell everybody all the time, what is the point in living miserable, bro? You live one day, tomorrow there's no guarantee. I live my life like it's my last day, bro.
Yeah.
You never know what happens tomorrow. You could die in your own fucking bed. You're sick and shit, naturally.
Yes, sir.
Peacefully, you know? It happens. Oh, yeah, she has the Disney magic to make it.
It's like she's got a wand.
Bippity girl.
You're now a Fuda.
She made me look like this girl that Smash is having problem with that dress.
Oh no.
I was fucking like, this is fucking disgusting, Mrs. Sparkles. You made me look like that dang creature. I was like, God damn.
You have been mercanted.
And then you see Yamato 85. It's like,
yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he's good at that shit too, man.
Yamato 85 was making me fucking laugh.
Well, when you get people doing images of you, at least they're watching your stuff sometimes. I mean, it feels like you have somewhat of a fandom. And I mean, I've got miserable numbers, and I'm glad anybody's watching.
It's fun. It's funny. I had 13 on my show. 13.
That's
like
awesome.
I said, a lot of these people go to these other streamers and these bigger streamers, and that's what they're interested on. They're not gonna be interested in guys like us. It's for them to be interested in guys like us. It's gonna take some time to roll in. You know what I'm saying? It takes time.
We'd each have to snort a few lines before the show and get all crazy.
I know, it's retarded, so to speak.
So in the news today,
Roadkill over there got nervous. I think perhaps maybe he did snort a few lines.
Yeah.
No, I was just laughing about a lot of the people that I see on streams are like way too uppity. And I'm not going to yell it and be like, "Oh, it's cocaine," but a lot of people are on Adderall. And so I think a lot of people are able to sustain that level of energy and focus and everything, or there is a percentage of people that just live so healthy that they're firing on all cylinders, but
yeah,
for the most time, like I've been noticing it, and I'm like, oh, not really within our community, but other channels. I'm like, oh, that motherfucker, he's greenlit, dude, and that's not. No one lives like that. That's induced by medicine or
Before I was 30, I was full of energy. I was hell on wheels, as I've been told.
Mine stopped at my mid-20s. That thyroid hit me, and I was done, man. My thyroid issue.
Yeah. Once you get over the hill, things change. They change whether you want them to or not.
Yeah, especially your the experience that you have gained as growing up, the mentality you have gained now. You had the fun times when you were young, but as you get older, your mind becomes wiser, and you want to be able to tell the story to the next generation that don't try to make the same mistake I made when I was young, whatever, all that type of shit. It happens. I mean, I did some crazy fucking shit before, and look where I'm at now. I got in trouble, got arrested. Father beat my ass for it. Never again when I went back there. All it takes is good guidance to guide a child or a person to go to the right direction, because sometimes you do need a snap in life to wake the fuck up from the bad reality you are in and into the light. Yeah.
Well, what's messed up is I've been arrested, I don't know, something like 5 times, but not once was I committing a crime. It was people jumping on me, and it's like, we're taking you both in. And I'm like, fuck, I was just defending myself.
Mine was for pot. Fucking stupid. Now I'm looking back and everything's legalized, especially the state that it happened in, and I'm like, you motherfuckers, you fucking little redneck assholes trying to bust kids for smoking pot.
I never thought pot should have been illegal to begin with.
Nah,
no. I don't know, with that super strong shit today, maybe.
Well, yeah, maybe that, but I'm talking about the natural stuff.
The natural stuff, these dispensaries, right? They have them all over the country now.
I don't go to the general dispensary. I've always gone to the medical for years, and so I don't know what's going on in those, like, where you have like a bud tender. Where I go to, they have like people educated it, and like very, very smart people. Yeah. Even though I'm not saying bud tenders aren't smart, I'm just saying they're kind of like, I don't think they'd come in and work the next day because they got too high. But these people are more, they do smoke it, they have smoked it, but they believe in the power of it, and they're just smart. Like, like we have general doctors who try to push pills, and then you have a physician assistant that tries to like help you in other ways.
Yeah,
that's kind of like what they are. It's a much more trustworthy feeling. But yeah, I don't go to the I don't even think I've been to one, like where you just walk in and you're like surrounded by Cheech and Chong shit and a couple of hippies behind the counter, like, what are you looking for, man? Yeah, I haven't gone to those. Yeah.
Hey man, you want to smoke some of that shit, man?
You guys smoke on the job all day, man.
Yo, man. Yo, man, that's some strong shit.
Yo, I've never had to pay for the stuff because people look at me and they're like, of course he's into it. He'll do the drugs with us. And the odd thing is that usually I'd be the one that's not into it.
Yeah, that's funny.
No, yeah, I get mine for a great price, or I have someone that I see once a year that he just gives me so much. I'm like, dude, this is taking up like suitcase space at this point in time.
Damn.
For free, man. I'm like, damn, dude, thank you.
And I used to smoke. I used to smoke weed like it was no tomorrow, but I stopped. I wasn't gonna change my life around which I did. But do I trust those fucking dispensaries? I don't think so.
I don't know, man. Yeah,
I'd rather grow them.
Yeah.
That. And you could grow them. You could grow one plant in my state. You could grow one plant only.
What?
Well, there is some paranoia.
We can do 5 up here. Yeah.
If the government suddenly says, "Okay, everybody get high," and we're here for it, we're gonna help you get high. There's some paranoia due because the government just don't let people have freedoms like that.
Right. Yeah. unless there's some sort of agenda behind it. You know, there's something they're making off of the back end. Yeah, there's no
Like that.
Like, hey, everyone tries cigarettes. They're good for you. Like back in like what was that time frame? Like the 40s and 50s, where they were like, my doctor smokes Camels.
Yeah.
Because Camels are the best. And it's like that shit should have been outlawed for what it's worth, but they were like pushing it like it was fucking a hamburger at McDonald's. They were like, yeah, do this. And then look what it's become. I can't quit nicotine to save my fucking life, man. You can put a gun to my head and I'd be like, get that cig.
You definitely will. You're gonna grab that cig because you're gonna fucking die. I was like, I'm gonna smoke to my last wish, motherfucker. Okay.
You know,
Okay,
I
who
mostly
the fuck
vape
is
now,
there?
but I was a time I smoked like 3 packs a day. But when I decided to quit, it was fucked up because you'd be going, don't smoke. I'm not gonna smoke. No smoke.
You start shaking.
Then one's in your hand lit, and you're how the fuck did this happen?
I've
you
done
really
that.
have no clue how it happened.
And it's not that. It fucking the anxiety levels starts fucking kicking in, withdrawals, all this shit. You start
Irritable.
being
You will have
moody
full
and fucking
withdrawals from it.
pissy. You start being moody and pissy, and I had quit the cigarettes for 2 years. For me to stop being moody and pissy, it took me almost a year.
Exactly.
Then the
It takes a
withdrawals
long time, man.
all the withdrawals are all removed. But once
You even have funny dreams when you quit
Yeah.
smoking.
When I quit
Oh,
smoking,
yeah.
I went through toothpicks like crazy. I would just gnaw them down to little nubs all day. Flick one out, grab another toothpick, and then I went to that. They make like mint dip, so it's mint leaves that are all crushed up, and they come in a can just like a dip can, and you put like a little chaw on your lip, and it gives you the same burning sensation,
Yeah.
but no nicotine. It's just mint. And you know, I've tried everything, man. The best thing I got going for me right now are these nicotine pouches from Europe, these Zens and things like that. And that's just to get away from the chemicals that are in this shit. You know, nicotine salts on their cans, there's no warning or risk of illness. It's all just nicotine is addictive. That's their only warning. And I'm like, well, no shit, but at least I don't have one that's telling me that you're gonna fucking die. So
I've known skull dippers that they dip skull so much it'd start eating a hole through their lip and gums there.
That's why I changed mine up. You gotta, like, if you see a dipper before they dip, usually you'll see them wipe their gums with their tongues on the inside. They'll go like this because they're feeling around for a less sensitive area, so that you don't keep putting it back in that same area. Some people, they'll keep throwing it in and get sores, get all these fucking like crazy shits going on with their mouth. But yeah, you gotta. There's a method to it, but also it's genes. Some people just aren't developed for that shit, and they'll have 2 cigarettes in their life, and then develop lung cancer. And then you got people that smoke till they're 80 and die of a heart attack. It has nothing to do with the lungs or the breath, or mouth or anything. So
cars put out more harmful fumes than cigarettes do,
right?
In that matter.
Yeah, when I smoke, I make sure I'm away from buildings. And dude, when I'm at a stoplight, I have a cigarette bottle. I only smoke when I drive. I don't, like, as you guys know, I don't go out and like go have a cigarette. I just have one occasionally. But like nowadays, it's so offensive. Like if you're at a stoplight and there's people with their windows down, especially in the summer, I like put it out, because the looks you get when someone smells your cigarette smoke, they're like, "You motherfucker." Like it's like attempted murder apparently, but yeah.
I'm in with you guys. That's crazy.
Well, you seem to live in a very snotty area on top of it.
Yes. And so that's why I'm very conscious about it. And also the flicking cigarette butts out. If I'm on the highway, get fucked. But if I'm like in the town where my house is, I don't trust it. I don't trust that someone's gonna pull me over and be like, "That's littering. Here's a $150 fine." I'm like, fuck. So I always keep like a empty quarter-filled water bottle on me to put the cigarettes in.
Well,
And I only smoke like half at a time. Like I'm a bitch about it. Like I don't smoke like all the way down even. I'll take like maybe 5 or 6, 7, 8 hits, maybe, and put it out when there's like that much left. So, and that to me is a win, because that means I'm not completely committed to it. So
I think I know where Tulsi's at right now. She's hosting a movie on Hypnos.
Roadkill. Miss Sparkle says, guess what she made?
Oh, Roadkill, you're fucked. You're fucked, Roadkill. You're a fuck. You're fucked without that.
I want to report her ass.
She got out that Disney wand.
Well, you say all that about the people in your area, Roadkill, but those same people would be horrified if they experienced what I experienced when I was a kid. Every morning, my mother would take us to school. Every morning. And every morning, you would see cars in the drop-off line at the school, and there would be, every time a kid would open the door, a cloud of smoke.
Thank you.
Come out of the
I
car.
knew where you were going with this. My mom did that to us too. And my sister sitting in the front seat would be like, Mom, open up your window. And it'd be a cold morning. And she'd crack it just a little bit. But after a while, she confronted her and was like, Mom, like, we go into school and we stink like cigarettes. But yeah, she would, same thing with my friend's dad. Windows down, smoking a cigarette, AC on in the summertime. And I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude? I can't even breathe in this bitch.
Hey, Roadkill, Miss Sparkle's fucking with you.
Yeah, she is.
It's kind of like that meme. It's like, that we can't smoke with our kids in the car anymore, but, they're outside freezing.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember I told my mom, I said, Mom, some of the kids in class, their parents don't smoke. And they said that we all stink like cigarettes. And my mother said, how many kids in the class? I said, oh, it's about 5 in the school. She said, the school? And I said, yeah, the whole school. And she said, well, that means 99.9% of everybody else's kids smell just like you do, so don't worry about it.
Well, I get it, as I mostly vape now. You can smell cigarettes on people, but I'm not gonna be a snotty asshole about it and go, "Oh, they're a smoker. They're one of them. They're immoral. They're
That's what it's come to.
class."
Criticizers.
Fucking people, get off your goddamn high horses.
Criticizers.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
there's a difference between being a non-smoker and an anti-smoker.
Oftentimes I go out and I'm in public and I'm covering my face because people stink so fucking heavily of perfume. It's like they fucking swam in the shit.
Yep.
I'm like, God damn, control yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Miss Sparkle said, our baby will be the most beautiful baby. She knocked him up.
Damn.
Yeah, it's in the X.
Well, you need to call Ripley's Believe It or Not, because somebody's about to get rich.
That's roadkill.
So I was gonna name it regardless of gender.
But I'm taken, so I can't get raped. I'm protected by wedding ring.
Oh, it don't matter, man. You go in that back room. You never know if Sparkle's gonna be waiting for you.
Yeah, it's okay. She's good enough to make fun of me. But taking me, too bad. Too late for that, bro.
I named the baby Valkyria Sparkles.
That my wife will beat me with a fucking chancla like it's not too fucking more.
Oh shit.
She's like,
Sir, this is the first time we've seen brain damage this heavy from a flip flop.
My wife will whoop my ass the moment she catch me with a fucking woman. Oh man.
Well, when the flip flops come off, somebody's getting a beating.
Yes, yeah.
My mother was the same way.
That's the chancla shit, bro. That chancla shit work. Let me tell you.
Yeah, man. The last time I got something, like a butt smack from an object, was my mom grabbed a spoon from the kitchen, a wooden spoon, and it wasn't even like hurt, painful or anything, but that bitch broke, and my sister and I laughed so hard she started laughing, and that was the last time. She was like, "This is."
Yep. Me and Miss Sparkles are buddies. But Roadkill, you're a single man, so
Yeah.
protect
Here comes.
yourself.
Here it comes.
Exactly. I do respect marriage myself too.
Me
Fuck
too.
that. Oh yeah, big time. I don't fuck around. And I remember one time this is the shit that pissed me off. I had a friend of mine who had a wife. She's beautiful. Don't get it twisted.
Mm.
But she was flirtation and she liked to make moves. She tried to fuck, and this has happened before I met my wife. So when she was trying to make a move, I fucking left out the fucking door.
Yep.
I'm not being. Fuck that. That will cause friendship. That will cause problems. And I wanted to tell my buddy, but I kept it to myself because I want him to figure it out, because I don't want him to think I'm making that shit up. So let him to figure it out. When he found out that she was with another dude, right? Because she made moves on that dude. Dude fucking broke down. He wanted to whoop her ass and his ass on top of that. And then I came up to him maybe like a week or 3 weeks later. I had spoken to him and I told him the truth. And he asked me, because I don't do that shit. He asked me why. I said, because you married a flirty ass club girl who she was a part of. She used to be a dancer at the club, but she made moves to everybody.
Right.
Yes, she was smoking, but the thing is that problem that leads problems. You're in a relationship with her, you married her, and she's doing this shit behind your back, especially with your friends.
Mm-hmm.
And she try to do it with your friend.
That's because there's creepers out there that are heavy manipulators and will get in their ear, slide into their DMs nowadays it's called. But then there's your friends that they just don't even care, man. And then you find out, you're like, dude, what a fucking piece of shit, man.
That's a douchebag. And by the end of the day, when shit be finding out about what happened with him, what around him, it will kick you right in the ass. You can never redeem from that. Everything that you have, you will lose it all.
Yep.
Lose everything. That's the problem. But people don't know how to fucking self-control themselves.
I've known people that have snatched people from fiance level. And did it end up working out for them? Yes. Because come to find out, the person that snatched him was the better guy as far as the way she was being treated and things. But I was like, dude, you had the balls to fucking like a month before they were getting married. This is my old chef, by the way, so this is like personal shit. I was like, you had the balls to go after someone that was a month away from their date of being married, and it wasn't this it wasn't lust. It was more of a connection. And so that's why I was like, all right, well, you're one of the exceptions that someone made the right move. But yeah, there are these manipulator motherfuckers that they got the looks, they got the tongue, and they that silver tongue, and they will pump and dump, and then boom, they just destroyed a whole relationship, and they're gone. They're like, whatever. Yeah.
All he wanted to do is get in that pussy and go.
Yeah. They didn't want any part of a long-term relationship or anything.
Yep. And that's the problem. I have seen that before. Believe me.
Yeah.
That's why that's a major problem, especially to the ones that especially to the guys that treat a woman right. Completely.
Here is what Miss Sparkles made.
Noise. Noise. You're a superhero, Noise? You find out a super villain.
That's cool as shit.
It is. It was flipping cool.
Ooh, that looks really good.
Yeah.
Miss Sparkles is
Yeah, I have an ex. I'm
Yeah.
Paradigm Analyze.
Well, I know he's in the main noise chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was married once and I vowed to never do it again.
That's
Yeah,
what a lot of
after
people
the-
say, man. I'm a hopeless romantic, though. So
Yep. That's why, like, after my wife, I don't want to marry anybody. I know a friend of mine who will marry every fucking girl. He married his wife. A couple of months later, karma got him back. She cheated on him. So he made 5 kids with that woman. Then he complains that he's always fucking broke. Of course, you got 5 kids. What you fucking respect?
oh shit.
Yeah. So you popped them out. I only got 1, and he got 5 little ones. At my age, I say you better bang a lady when you're in your 20s, and if she's the right one, you bang her, you get her pregnant.
Yeah.
And be a man by the kid, then she's gonna be there loving you for God knows how long. You know what I'm saying? But it happens. I mean, what you expect? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a real shame people don't have any respect for marriage anymore, or even just relationships.
No, because they know it's on the rise right now. This whole grass is greener without marriage, breaking up nuclear families is on the rise. So it's easy for guys that grew up with no one because they're unlikable to go around and fucking make make moves at married women and kind of get in their ear, become friends with them, and then start talking about their personal life, and then start playing devil's advocate with that and going, well, are they really that right person for you? And it's like, well, it's sick. I've seen it. I've fucking seen it. I'm talking from experience, not myself, but I've seen people do it, and I'm like, dude, you are fucking soulless to do that shit.
And when I meet a person, I like to get to know them. I like to take my time. I don't like to rush.
Yep.
Especially when I went out with ladies back in my time. When now I dated stuff like that. If things didn't turn out well for her, she wanted more than what she bargained for. She wanted somebody like model type or something. But every man wants a model type too, what you expect. But she wanted like a model type of person, and they got it, but she got played out because they tell you
that video supposedly portrays roadkill.
Is that our new family?
Is he
I like
the baby?
I like my hair.
Oh, such a baby. It's such a baby. Yeah, look at that. He's on the camera. He wants to say hello to everybody.
Killer J Play says, I'm fat, ugly, and wise.
Guys.
Well,
triple threat.
My looks has always been a weird thing. Some women think I'm the ugliest thing in the world, and some people act like I'm the greatest supermodel. I don't give a fuck because they'll never be able to get along with me. It's my personality that throws them off, and is either like take it or leave it. I'm not fucking changing.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take the dog out real quick.
Okay.
You're a cactus noise.
Yeah, my ex was kind of like what I think Dan was just talking about. That she, I went to Illinois to trailblaze, start a job, save money up to move us up there, and she started letting some guy at her work gnaw on her ear, and she ended up breaking up with me and ended up with him, and he ended up cheating on her, and it's like, well, what did you expect?
The circle of life.
Yeah. Dude, that is so classic, man. And that's so fucking disheartening because it's like, yeah, that it's like a different dimension. Like, because you know how they say that it was some professor that offered the idea that every decision, why there are perceived so many dimensions out there, is because every decision you make becomes a different dimension. Because imagine if you had made that other choice, that apparently that other choice is out there somewhere. You're just not living it. You're living the choice that you made. I don't know. It's interesting how he brought it up, but
yeah, well, and
but yeah, I mean, when
it,
people do that, it's like I know for a fact, people like that, dude, they look back and they're like, man, I should have never fucked around. Dude, I did it. But I did it when I was in high school and learned my lesson from it. Because that girl to this day still won't talk to me. And it was because I was a little dumbass, you know, and fucked around and I found out. And, but yeah, luckily I learned early on to, think with your fucking brain.
Yeah. I've always thought of it, and people are, I think they kind of get it right with the multiverse thing. The only thing is that's different in my paradigm is that it's the future events, because everybody has choices at every moment in time, and that creates close to an infinite number of possibilities of future events. But as you move forward in time and you make those decisions, it's kind of like a zipper effect. Everything comes together, and then you're within the one timeline. Because history, you can't change. We know that. You can't change the past. So the present is where everything comes together.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the interesting take on that is if we could change the past, we would never know we changed it. Some would speculate by changing the present, you changed both the past and the future at the same time.
You're right. There'd be no way to realize it. Yeah. Because it'd be like, this is just who and what I've been doing for, you know, yeah.
Yeah, you might could call that quantum theory.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah,
Quantum
that's
theory.
some spooky action at a distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also has to do with quantum entanglement through time or as one with time, possibly.
Yeah, they've done some recent interesting experiments where I think it was with Willow, which is Google's new quantum processor, and the AI that they were running on it started answering questions before they were actually asked. And they theorized some kind of quantum entanglement throughout time to explain that.
Get that off the screen.
What the shit am I looking at? What the hell is this?
Is that supposed to be roadkill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His hair is too pretty.
Complete with a little heart bangle on his arm.
Just trying to show love, man.
She needs to do one of him and Kitty.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, she made a good one where there was two of her.
Oh, that's good.
What's
Goodness,
that one?
that's a giant right there.
No, see, she's seeing into the future now.
Whole family of them. That's some Aphex Twin shit.
Sparkle's wives.
She's good at that.
And one of herself.
You know what's scarier than one Miss Sparkles? Two Miss Sparkles.
Yeah, when her life force is in danger, she splits herself into two.
Multiply.
Yeah. Like an amoeba.
What the fuck happened to Dan?
He had to take the dog out to potty.
He probably had smoke and
Yeah, imagine it. Instead, he's going out to shit on the ground, but he's forcing his dog to watch.
You got a snort out of roadkill on the.
I just thought about how weird that would be. I just envisioned it. I was like, what? Why? And his neighbor just going, "What the fuck?"
And going,
I mean,
mind your business.
I've heard of Fuda, but that's some weird shit.
Yeah, it is very strange.
I used to.
Well, I mean, you know, if you turn it around, your dog, what your dog's thinking is like, I really gotta go, but why the fuck you coming along watching me? That's weird.
I know, right? Oh man, yeah. Walking my dog in the morning when it's cold outside or something like during the winter, and they're just, you know, they don't know where to go, and so they're smelling and they're like looking back at you like, "Why are you watching me?" And I'm like, "Dude, just fucking go poop." And so as soon as I break eye contact and look away, that's when they do their thing, and I'm like, "All right, I get it. Privacy matters."
I can't go if you're watching.
Exactly. Man, all the time in the military, I had such issues with stage fright where someone's like right there and you're like, dude, I can't go with you right there. And they're like, they turn the water on. And it's as soon as they walk away to turn the water on, that's when I'm like, okay, I'm going. But, dude, if someone's like right there, and also I have another rule. Unless you're my best friend, don't talk to me when we're at the urinals. Don't do it.
That's a thing?
Yes, we can talk. We can talk as we're entering, talk as we're leaving, like, hey, good to see you again. But unless we're two best buddies, shit-faced, you know, laughing about something, dude, people in the military, dude, like, there's just people that just do that, and they'll be like, so how's your day? And I'm like halfway through a pee, and I'm like, dude, this shit's about to get cut off because you're annoying me, or like, I get that stage.
It kind of reminds me of that thing where you're getting a blowjob, they keep wanting to keep eye contact, staring at you.
Not big on the eye contact, man.
Yeah, I've run into those people, and it's such a weird thing. It's like, how do you develop this thought?
And it's not the ones that are next to you. It's because if you get those big bathrooms, like in the military, you'll get like 10 urinals in a row. And so everyone knows you skip one. You don't go right next to someone like it's a parking lot. You skip one, you know? And, but yeah, so like 5 rows down, you know, he did proper spacing, but he's fucking talking to me. And I'm like, dude, but when dicks are in hand, we're not friends. We're not bros. Why are you talking to me, sir? And they're just comfortable with it. I don't know. I don't get it, but I've never liked it. I thought it was funny.
can never in my life have a peak conversation with somebody.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I walked back into the office that day, and I was like, my buddy Jason, I was like, dude, don't you fucking ever talk to me when we're peeing in the bathroom. And he was like, why? What happened? And I was like, I just had the strangest interaction with doing that. But that's a rule. Do not.
No pee conversations.
Dude, you can play battle shits with the guy 2 stalls down. Like if you're having a conversation while you're taking a dump, looking at your phones. I've seen that. But no, dude. At the urinal, just wait till we're done washing hands and you can talk to me.
It also kind of reminds me of, I've seen these families, and my family was never this way, but I've seen other families that were too comfortable with nudity, and that anytime they'd be home, they'd be nude.
Dude, we knew parents like that too, and my parents were like, I remember there was some conversation that I heard when I was like probably like 12 or 13. She was like, that's why you couldn't go over their house. And I was like, why? She was like, their parents were nudists, so they naturally, these kids that we grew up with, I didn't know this, but their parents, when company wasn't over, they were just all out there. And I was like, that's so strange to me. But they were like super like hippie-ish, and they thought it was like natural. And
but that means their parts have rubbed all over everything.
Right?
You ever heard of,
dude, could you please remove your dick from my couch, sir?
you guys
Pubic hair everywhere.
Yeah, put some underwear on.
I mean, I can't imagine cooking like that. Dear God.
Some bacon or something?
Yeah, damn.
I was actually scarred as a child.
You're stirring it. It's like, needs a little milk.
You guys want to hear the most weirdest fucking shit that I have ever experienced? So I know this dude, right? I had met him at work. This happened years ago when I used to work at a color company. And it used to call Rose Art. We used to make crayons and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So this dude used to have a Polaroid camera, right? He used to go to the fucking bathroom all the time.
Oh no.
He used to take pictures of his own shit. He did. I think he did out of fucking drama. And he's like, "Yo, I want you to take a look at this picture." I was like, "Okay." This motherfucker took a picture of him taking his shit in the fucking toilet.
He had like a shit binder.
That shit was nasty ass motherfucker, bro. Nasty. He took the picture of the toilet bowl and put all the different types of shit. He collects it and he just throws it on the table to people. They will get disgusted by
Oh
it.
my god, dude! People are either very funny or very strange.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually scarred as a child. I don't know if any of you guys remember, but back when I was like 7, 8 years old, you could actually just go over to your neighbor's house if you were friends with them and walk in the door. You didn't even have to knock.
Mhm.
And I did that one time, and his mom, who was a large lady, not very fun to look at, was just walking through the living room nude, and I ran home. I was like, oh my gosh.
TMI. And
You're like, calm down. Why are you crying? Calm down.
Oh man.
Oh man, it's hilarious, bro. People do a lot of weird shit as well. I tell you.
They do.
You know, you talk about not talking to each other while you're in the bathroom. That's all women do when they go to the bathroom. It's the truth.
I've seen couples.
What do they do?
Yeah.
Talk
I've
in the
seen
bathroom.
couples who, you know, one of them will be taking a dump and the other's in there brushing their teeth and they're talking to each other. I'm like, whoa, motherfucker, whoa.
Yeah,
See, I used to have conversations with my wife while on the toilet, and I thought nothing of it, you know. And but there are some people that that are like, dude, don't talk to me while I'm pooping, and I'm like, what, dude? I'm not like watching you. I'm just like I'm in earshot. I'm asking a question while you're not doing anything. You know, you can multitask. You can poop and answer a question, right?
No.
No, that's right along the lines as talking to somebody at the urinals.
No. Dude, if something comes to my head, I just got to be like, so where are we going for lunch? And it'll take a second.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll get a response. But yeah, I learned that later in life that people don't like that. But for a while, like I would just kind of like lean, you know, like 10 feet away from the door and have a conversation with the person.
I mean, for one, okay, you in a bathroom you want privacy, but there's also the particles, the fumes, the whatever. You know, what I mean, it's just, to me, it's a big no.
Oh, the feculence, the shit particles in the air.
Well, you know, I mean, yeah, women, strangers, and everything. When they go to the bathroom, they'll have conversations with each other.
Hey, thanks for coming, Killer J Plays.
Yeah, I'm about to do the same
depressing. No, I haven't really seen that. I mean, we talk about some depressing shit here. It's all right. Everything goes just about everything, not everything.
No, he said he's depressed. Depressing. You know?
Oh.
He didn't say you guys. He said himself. He's depressed. Killer J, man, you have a great, wonderful night, my brother.
Take care.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for hanging out with me on Discord, man. And you too, Mr. Sparkles.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty depressing people, and so far, nobody here is it.
Well, no, I've been called depressing a lot.
Depends on the conversation and the level, the vibration of the people around you. If they're on a higher one and you're just not in the mood, they can consider you as depressing, but really it's not. It's just a different mindset at that point in time.
Well, and it also goes back to that, you know, all those hyper people that people are used to watching. If you're not just full of energy and jumping around off the walls, then yeah, a normal person might appear depressing next to them.
Oh, it looks like Dan's about to hang himself.
No,
Dan, it's not worth it.
I'm just rolling out my wires because I like to have my stuff neat.
Nice.
Even though I got a mess on my table, I gotta clean up and organize.
Okay, Miss Sparkles, don't do that. Don't be on live crying. I mean, cry if you need to cry, but yeah, don't give people that ammunition. Streaming is a bitch. Don't do it unless you have a real love for doing it.
Yeah, and tell the truth, Miss Sparkles, don't show any weakness to these other internet people. You have to, like, people out there are very, very fucking, very tough at their assholes, and you have to get even with people, man, because I dealt with people on the internet when I was streaming. Even Roadkill had witnessed a couple of shills in my chat. One guy, one day I was streaming, the guy was calling me a pussy, and I fucking took it, you know. I didn't take it personally. I said to the motherfucker, "Hey, like and subscribe and follow."
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Fucking asshole.
I streamed to an audience of 0 for maybe close to a year. I mean, it's a bitch.
Yeah. You have to, man. It happens. Everybody started from nothing to having audiences. It happened with me, but I at least I earned the reputation of having audiences, and it takes a lot of respect and dedication to it. So
yeah. Dude, I remember the early Eric days, and I was just like, "Oh, this is kind of sad. I wonder if he's gonna make it." And now he's almost at 95.
Yeah,
95K.
I would suggest avoiding bringing your personal life on live, because people would just weaponize it against you. That's all that's going to happen.
Of course.
Well,
it's a lot.
yeah.
Go ahead, Roadkill.
No, see, right now the climate in our in this community and in the outer ring of it is there's a lot of people that are in like some dire situations, and so when you're in that situation, also trying to start a new endeavor, it's kind of like compounded. It's kind of like, you know, this sucks, now this sucks too. So I feel where she's frustrated.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I hope.
Yeah, Miss
everything's
Sparkles.
going
Yeah,
well for
and
you.
I see a lot of people that are getting money for other things and not supporting people that they're like some serious shit that's going on. And I'm just like, that money could be diverted, but you know, they're fanboys of certain things, you know, certain people.
Yeah. I've been doing this for like a year and a half or somewhere around that, and I rarely have people donate. I have 2 people that donate the most in particular, and one of them's on the panel.
I donate once in a while when I have it, you know.
Yeah, and Dan, I mean, dude, a lot of us are being like exhausted by this. Like this is like I told you, I feel like this is a donation summer, and it's not that it's all whack shit. It's just like all of a sudden, like the planets have aligned, and like there's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are hurting right now. Yeah.
Have we mentioned Roadkill's hogging habit to Miss Sparkles?
Oh,
yeah, she knows. She's picked on me about it before. It's not a habit. It happened one time.
It always starts that way.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right. It was always that first hit.
Yeah. Always, man. Always.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm strange, but
Well, I already knew that.
see. Oh, stop it, you smart ass. But anyway, I can't see donating to somebody that's got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of followers, and they're constantly getting money over money, and they're getting thousands in donations and stuff like that. When somebody else that's just starting out or whatever, they're really struggling to get their channel off the ground and stuff, and they need all the help they can get. So I just don't.
Well, you know, I've mentioned it before, and I don't know if it offends people. So be it. You know, I'm not offending people. Their own actions are. I'll see people give me nothing, then go on to another stream and be like 5, 10, sometimes 50 and 100. I'm like,
I see it.
Okay, motherfucker, I got nothing. Why, you know, am I that fucking boring? What's going on here?
But you know, I think what it is on those bigger streams, people get the endorphin rush. Oh, I donated. They read my comment on screen, and da 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 da. It's like a game show.
Yeah.
For a lot of
that is a thing. Yeah, because I like Ryan makes fun of me that I bought my way onto his show, and I'm like, no, I know you don't have like a real job, so I just wanted to help you out.
No, well, technically, I suggested you to him, and you know, he didn't pay you. I mean, that was before you know, he said that, oh, you could give a donation, get on the show. You know, I'd already suggested you to him, and that's how that first
Oh,
started.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I think that's why he's making fun of me. I didn't see that because, yeah, no, I'm not for that, man. I'm for about what I'm stepping into to this community and being able to offer, you know, a little bit more on our team, you know, and so. Yeah,
Yeah, so I know
and then
someone
you do have people that want to buy friendships. I think we know a couple of them that will put out hundreds of dollars just to be liked, and that's where I'm like,
I know some of you have spoken with Miss Sparkles more in depth about her situation, but it sounds like a real rough one.
yes, at least she has a proper GoFundMe, and yeah, you gotta
Well, I
send
hope
me,
she's
you
gonna
gotta send
be
me the link to it
okay.
again, Sparkles.
Yeah, you know, Sparkles, if you have a Rumble, go over to my Rumble and post your GoFundMe link there.
Yeah, post your link. Well, that's like when
Because I
Ryan.
also besides you guys, I also help out like old veteran buddies that are
Mhm.
just, you know, I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? You know, 50 here, 50 here. And I'm like, God damn, dude. One of them I had to cut off because I was like, I know where this is going. You relapsed on cocaine, and I can't fund that for you. You
Yeah.
know, I'm sad that I don't know where it's going, but I feel like I know where it's going. So if you can't eat, man, you're gonna have to work your magic somewhere else, because I know that the way that you're talking, I know that you're a little out there right now. So yeah, you got to be careful with that stuff, man. Yeah.
Well, I know when Ryan first got deplatformed, I think a bunch of people got together and was giving him money so he could get his stream started back, you know, so he could get popular or more popular on Rumble. So that was a good thing that everybody did. And she says she didn't get any money on it, and she thinks that they shut it down, her GoFundMe.
Damn. Is there
I
like a
didn't know
time
they
limit
would
on
do
it?
that.
I don't know how they work.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it.
Me either. I've never had one. So
I always thought about some cringy ass shit though. What if I could like not make up a real reason, like a real life reason, but what if I could make up a fun reason to just have people go, just toss money at me? It's like, dude, you make 60 grand because you said you said that I don't know. I'm trying to think of something funny, but I mean, I'm just saying what I'm trying to relay is that there's people out there with too much money, and they are willing to just chunk it. You know?
I mean,
yeah, well, you know, I'd say if I get $50 in a week, I'll put on another show. I think that's happened once before.
Right on.
well,
I think that's right proper, man, because you guys provide a service. That's my background in this, is that these people that do this production, this editing, they put these shows together, and all their equipment, their computer costs, their energy costs, and like everything costs a little bit. This is their job, so their only way, dude, they're not going to be able to live their life off of 5 cents from YouTube. So if I'm watching you 10 days out of the month, fucking kick a $5 bill or something, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's not grifting. It's your fucking, you're basically being served an entertainment piece, you know. And after a while, you don't have to every time, no, but you know, just if you like them that much, I think it's proper. I think it's a proper thing to do. It's called like tipping, basically. Thank you for what you did, you know.
well, I mean, you could start I mean, you're right. There's people out there that just has more money than they know what to do with. I mean, my God, you could start a go.
Yeah.
Regarding
and there's some
Miss
numbers I've heard
Sparkles-
from other streamers where I'm like, dude, you're a streamer and you had that much money to donate to this. I'm like, what the fuck else do you do in real life? Because apparently you're not making it off a stream, but they come across as just, you know, a basic, you know, low key gamer, but it's like I'm gonna give you this much money towards this, and it's like, what the fuck? I don't know.
No, regarding Miss Sparkles, you know, I sure wish I could help. I just don't know how I could.
Yeah,
But
I have a very set income, especially with my current situation. So that's why you'll see me drop nowadays like 5, maybe 10 at max. But I gave Eric 20 for his birthday. That's about it.
well, I know you could get the people that's got more money than they know what to do with. I mean, my God, you could start a GoFundMe and say something to the effect of "In the Tater Tot Massacre" or some bullshit like that.
Yes.
You know, just anything.
That's what I'm saying, and that's where
Yeah, I mean,
GoFundMe. I don't
sometimes
know about this Send Go thing that they have set up for the legal defense fund for Smash, but GoFundMe is a great place where rich people will go around because they got a bonus and they're like, okay, who needs help? And they're actually good people, and they will, they'll toss it out.
Well, yeah, sometimes you just put something whimsical down and they're like, for a laugh, they'll throw money at it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to feed my unicorn, and he's dying. Someone's gonna be like, oh my God, someone feed that unicorn $5,000.
Okay, the reason I'm mentioning Miss Sparkles Troubles live because, yeah, I get it's not good to talk about that kind of thing live, but if anybody wants to help her, I want to encourage the help.
That's community. That's not sandbagging or being shameless. That's about keeping the community together and helping each other out. Yeah.
Well, guys,
you never know. There could be someone watching right now that has the money, and they're like, "Oh shit, someone's about to be homeless. Let me help them out." That's a real reason, medical bills.
I'm about to go to bed, guys.
Oh yeah, Dan, you got to work.
I gotta work in a couple of hours. So, guys, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'll be on stream tomorrow, doing the episode 3 of RoboCop. So, and you guys can follow me there. And I want to say good night to the people in the chat also as well. Mrs. Sparkles, you have a great night. Don't stress too much. And I'll catch you guys with tomorrow. If you guys want to come in on Discord and hang out, you're more than welcome. You too, Paradigm. Always have a good night. I'm out. I'm beat.
All right, man.
All right, guys.
But yeah, I mean, if she still had a GoFundMe, maybe we could sling it around on X and that kind of stuff and try to get her some assistance.
Yeah.
I mean, Smash JT, what he's going through is legitimate and it's a big deal, sure. But when somebody's facing homelessness, that should definitely kind of take a priority in my opinion. But that's unfortunately people don't think like that. They don't act like that. People suck. They do. People suck.
Well, they get focused. And that's where the bubble comes from, where they end up in their own little bubble and they can't see outside of it. Unfortunately. I mean, we're all guilty of it. But, it does take a bigger person to prioritize and, like you said, your livelihood is a little bit different than, that's, I don't know. I would definitely say that Jennifer's in more dire need.
Mm-hmm. And it's not to hit on his thing, because we all know that what he's fighting is a greater evil. It's not, oh man, I'm getting sued because I rear-ended someone. It's this person is coming after everything you guys like, so let's band together. So that's where I see people going, yeah, you're right. Let me donate. But yeah, this summer, man, I'm just like, wow, man.
Well, it's also
people are facing some hard shit, and it's like money here, money there, money there. Well, and then next thing you know, you're eating a bologna cheese sandwich by yourself.
Why I'm hesitant to donate is because these people have much more money than I do, and they will not donate to me ever.
Right.
Yes,
well, no, exactly. And that's also the thing, is that they do have do have a resource already. So that's why I was like, dude, what's my fucking $5 gonna do for you? Like, the boner next to me is gonna donate you $300, whereas I'm like, here's $5. No, dude. People like me, I could live. That could go towards something more in real life rather than, yeah, fight that bitch. Where I'm like, go ahead, man, but you don't need me. Obviously. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
it's a
donate you
matter.
$5 towards a $200,000 goal.
Yeah, it's a matter of he's got a goal of 200,000. Where would if you actually had $1,000 to put forth towards either one, where is it going to have the most impact?
You're very much right. Yeah.
I don't know what the story is behind, somebody asking for money about a VTuber thing. I know some people buy VTuber models, but really, I mean, if that's what you want to do it yourself.
Oh.
I mean,
Oh. Let's not mention any names. Yeah.
Well, I'm not familiar with it anyway, but yeah, I mean, I would feel funny asking for money to make a VTuber model or something. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. Others might not.
I wouldn't feel right. I mean, that's not a need. That's just a want.
Yeah. That's why I think it was more appropriate for me to just come out of the logo stage and present myself. Because at first I did think about doing the whole animated VTuber just to kind of keep your identity a little bit more anonymous, but at the same time, like, now you have to live in that space. You kind of created a little fucking hell for yourself because you're paying for it with your money. And you're also and also people are going to be out there trying to find you and see what you look like, which is another problem. And it's like, it's
As
kind
far
of
as I'm concerned, you have zero legitimacy.
right.
If you're
And I
hiding yourself
think
like
I
that.
think it's super self-consciousness. Like they think that they aren't going to be aesthetically pleasing, and so they hide behind these cute little animations. And I'm like, so you want me to think that you're a 5-pound blonde-headed fairy when you're probably 800 pounds and look like Ursula, but your voice on the microphone sounds like you're the greatest looking thing on earth. And
I'm not familiar with the person that she's referring to in their story, but supposedly they said they were going to be homeless, but then they showed up with a new a VTuber model.
Ooh.
Yeah, that sounds sketchy.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I can't really speak on it.
Yeah, well, people do all kinds of shady things. It's unfortunate.
Luckily, I haven't had anyone, like, since I've entered this realm. No one's come to me with like some random like, "Hey, I'm just starting out. I need help." So that's good. But at the same time, I know they're out there. Like people that are like, they already have equipment, and they're just trying to like make some extra scratch on the side with playing the victim card or, the help me, card. But I haven't had that. Everything that I've seen is legitimate, so to speak, I guess. Well, the reasoning is legitimate, and
for
from,
me,
personal conversations. But
I mean, yeah, I'm always open for donations because it helps motivate me to keep doing this. But when I have real issues, I don't tell people. I'm the kind of person like I'm just gonna handle this shit myself, and nobody else needs to be involved. That's just me.
Yeah. But if you're part of a community, there's nothing wrong with asking, because once you're back on your feet, it's going to help you feel as if you can pay it forward to someone else. And that's where, like, the whole Rumble thing is great. The way people are just like handing out raids and things like that, and no one's mad at each other for people going to other channels. And that's where you're going to find your whale. That's where you're going to find someone that's like, oh shit, I like his content, and they're going to be that that heavy hitter that's like, I'm going to donate to this one, because they see that you're in what situation you're in. They don't see, they understand. So
Yeah, well, and that's one of the things that I've been working through over the last month is how am I going to make my endeavor sustainable? And it's something that I've kind of struggled with just because of the fact that, we're all integrated into this system of you have to go get a job and you have to do all this stuff in order to make a living. But I'm trying to unplug from that entirely so that I can make the time that I need in order to put out the content that I want to put out.
Right.
And that's a little bit of a paradigm shift. So it's not something I'm taking lightly.
What the fuck? That's pretty gnarly, though.
But it's like what you were saying, Noise. I've never once thought that I should lean on somebody else to pay my way. That's just not how you do things.
It's emergency situations. I've done it before, but I'm talking.
I'm not taking anything away from Jennifer.
Right.
That's an extenuating circumstance.
There you go. Yeah.
But
I feel you. Yeah, prepare and be ready but
yeah, that still sounds like so much nonsense to me. What was it? Her mom said something offensive.
That's the troubling part is that turned into that where they were like, all right, you're out of here because of that. I mean, times have changed, man, because if you live in a place like that where everyone's, locked together, that, the rules go up. Because I've had people be bitten by the same dog twice of another tenant, and they weren't kicked out. Like they had physical harm done to them by an animal, and no one was like, you're out of here. But nowadays it's like you fart too loud and wake your neighbor up, and they're like, God damn it, you're out of here.
That almost seems like it would be illegal. I mean, tenants have rights.
Yes.
In most states. I don't know.
Or at least a heavy warning, like if it happens again, you're out of here. But
oh man, that's awful.
Who knows? Maybe they'll end up rich after suing them.
Right. Yeah.
Hopefully, if we have justice, which is questionable at times.
Rare. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show that stuff happens that's unexpected like that. And sometimes you don't know what to do or anything like that. But the powers that be of fate or whatever has a way of putting it back kind of the way it's supposed to be in the first place.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of holding out until that happens.
Yep, I'm just going to play a short clip for comedy relief. Got unmuted.
If this is you, you better lower your motherfucking tone when you talking to me.
If this is you better go make me a fucking sandwich.
Goddamn Vienna sausage. Love that shit. That shit was funny. I'll be right back. I gotta do the thing.
I mean, oh my God.
I could always
tell. He's got to do a thing. He learned a trick from Dan. He's got to drag his dog outside and make it watch him go.
I got a good dad joke I always like to try to lighten the mood. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay, so a pirate walks into a bar with a steering wheel hanging out of his shorts. The bartender looks at him real weird. He's like, dude, that is the strangest thing I've ever seen. What's it like walking around with a steering wheel hanging out of your shorts? Pirate looks at him and says, "Arr, it's driving me nuts."
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Have you? Yeah, it's a lot cleaner a little while back, I decided to start not telling all the jokes I grew up with. My dad used to keep a book called Truly Tasteless Jokes. You remember those books? In the bathroom.
What I remember is all the kids in school would swap jokes every day.
Yeah.
And some of them were horrible. Some of them were really horrible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those books. He would buy them like every couple of months. They came out with them a lot. They were pretty raunchy, nasty. Nothing that a freaking 8-9-year-old kid should have been reading. But
Yeah. But that was half the fun, you know. You read all the nasty jokes in the book, and then you go tell all your friends.
yeah, I know, such simpler times back then.
Thought you were getting away with something.
Well, and we didn't have phones or, everything was analog. I don't think I'd trade when I grew up for anything. Y'all were talking about that, being able to go back in time.
Yeah.
Or $10 million, whatever. I
Yeah.
wouldn't trade my life for anything. Like you said, Noise, you never know what wrong things or bad things could have happened instead of what did happen.
That is true.
Well, yeah, like I like to tell people, you can do everything right and still lose.
Oh yeah.
You get a lot of people with a good outlook on life, always cheery disposition, or you get very lucky people that lived easy life, and they can't see it. They're like, well, I did everything right, and that's why it's so good for me. It's like you don't get it. You can do everything right, a winning formula through and through, and still come out looking like like a crackhead that just threw their life away.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite expressions my dad told me when I was young is men plan and God laughs. There's no guarantees. And I don't know how long you have to live in order to realize that, because it's been pretty self-evident to me in my own life.
Oh yeah, definitely. You'll learn a lot of. I don't know why my chat just got flooded.
Uh-oh.
Probably a bot. But you'll learn a lot of things raising kids. They'll teach you a lot of life lessons that nothing else will.
What the hell is going on with the chat?
It's bots, mass of bots over on Kick.
Oh, okay.
Oh dear God, bots.
Somebody must hate me.
You got a bot attack. Look at you.
Good Lord.
Oh, look, I'm popular.
This is
going to boost your numbers.
ridiculous. Oh
Tell them
my
to move it
God.
over to Rumble.
Oh, this is insane. Okay, Kick people. Move it over to Rumble. We need the numbers over there. Nobody cares about Kick. Yeah, I told him. I told the bot. Take it over to Rumble.
And they just said the same thing like a few hundred times.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Take care, bot.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's all different usernames, so. Oh well, it's not hurting me any.
No.
Yeah, I remember when was it? It was a long time ago when they were always talking about bot farms, or you could hire like a bunch of foreigners to get on their computers and come to your YouTube page and give you a bunch of likes and follows and stuff like that.
I think that's how that's how you, I learned you pay attention to someone that's new and look at some of the people we know. They've been doing this for years and years and years, over a decade even. And they still are only at 112,000. Let's put it that way. The highest I've seen. And then you got people that have 5,000 and they've been on for a couple months. It's like, dude, those aren't real fans. There's,
Yeah. There's some bots going on there.
Yeah. And people look for that. People if they stumble across your channel, I think numbers create a feeling of legitimacy of the channel. So if you come across someone that has 1.500, so 1,500 followers, and they're doing a live stream, you're like, okay, well, this guy has some sort of fanship. I wonder what he does, and you keep watching. Whereas it sucks in the beginning when you're at 12, and people are they don't know that you're new. They just see 12, and they're like, this is probably lame. It plays with you, with their whole psyche.
Herd mentality.
Yes. Yep. And that's what I like about Rumble, man. I've met a lot of great people recently that I never knew existed. And I'm just like, wow, these guys are smart. They are not cellar dwellers like some assholes like to claim. And I'm just like, dude, there's just so many bad things that come into play with it. So yeah, it's hard to fucking get a good following, quality.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I did the same thing Midnight Melody Bug. I was like, where's that going?
Once the internet is deemed you to be a thing, that's it. Either you're hot right off, or you're likely never going to be unless you get a boost by someone with big numbers. Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this long enough and been just spinning in place, getting nowhere. And it's like, fuck it. We have good conversations. I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care if I ever get popular.
Yeah, well, that's the attitude you got to go into it with. That's what I'm doing. As far as my content, I feel like it's important information that needs to be put out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, if I can only wake up a dozen people, but then they go and they help other people learn about what's going on in the world, then,
it's a win.
Yeah. I mean, you got to make whatever impact you can. And if you're getting into it for money, then that's the wrong reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like art. You do not go into the art field with the money in mind, because you won't get anywhere. You got to do it for yourself.
That's saying starving artist, because they're just not gaining any traction. But it's not. Yeah, you're not going to just pop off. I mean, it rarely happens.
Yeah.
Well, even a lot of people have watched the Y-Files, but he tells a story about how he did it for years, and he never got any real traction. And then all of a sudden, the algorithm clicked, homed in on him, and he blew up.
He's at 4.9 million.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? He's been on Joe Rogan, and I mean, but also the guy is really good at what he does.
Yeah.
He does massive amounts of research. He has, connections, not connections that help him get rich. He has connections that will help him research these things. And he's just really good at what he does. And that's why I think he really deserves what he has. Because he's, also, he was a production, he worked for or had a production company. So right now he does have the ability to be a full-on TV show, like cable TV. But
I think he has been on some. I think on Amazon Prime I've seen.
Really?
When I started out, I was doing half an hour and longer videos, and I was putting a lot of editing into it, and I was getting it just right, and it didn't matter. Everybody kept saying, you got to get good, you got to get better, you got to do this, you got to do that. And I'm like, I'm doing every bit of that and more. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what you expect of me. And eventually, I just seems like, you know, it's the algorithm. Either you're gonna be hot or you're gonna be overlooked and ignored.
Mm-hmm. That's the way it is with a lot of people on YouTube. It's like if they don't get popular within the first month or two, they're just not going to.
That's what my friend did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my friend got all pumped up about it in like 2011, 12, 13, somewhere around there. Went out and bought a capture card. He was going to do streams, game streaming, and he didn't go anywhere in like a month. And he was like, "Dude, fuck this, I'm out." And that told me one thing: he was in it for the popularity and to become something special and possible monetization. And I was like, dude, even then I knew nothing about it. I was like, guys, dude, the guys we've been watching have been doing it for years. This isn't something that happens overnight. But he gave up on it. And
Looks like Charlie Nuclear is going to sleep. So thanks
Bye,
for coming.
Charlie.
We'll see you next time.
Bye, Charlie.
Take care, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and to me, if you are getting popular, oftentimes I think it's for the wrong reasons, because you're just sitting there being, you know, a dressed up monkey dancing for people. You're being an entertainer. You're putting out trite content. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what people seem to flock to.
Yes.
And I think it's because they've been conditioned by all of the media. That's what you're supposed to like. Like you said earlier, if they go to a channel and they see a whole bunch of people, they have that herd mentality and think, oh, because it's popular, it's good, which is actually rarely the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you never know who's going to be better than what you have been watching. You just got to give them a chance, you know? Because I've watched a lot of paranormal stuff, and there are some channels where I'm like, that's why, you know, you've been here for years, but you haven't generated enough. Because, dude, some of their shit, their cadence, their reading of you know what they're showing on the screen is just so goddamn boring. It's like you got to change something, man. And so,
well, you know,
I don't know what it is. I'm not a
me.
YouTube marketer. I'm just saying that if I'm not gonna hang around and watch your shit constantly, because it puts me to sleep. It's worse than baseball.
One thing that bugs me is a lot of medium-sized, the big streamers, ones that we know, even they'll sometimes put somebody on their live stream. They'll go, look at this guy, look at this loser. They don't even have 10,000 followers. They're a nobody, and they just start making fun of them. It's like, what? Did you start out with 1 million? What the fuck are you going on about?
Yeah, they forget where they came from. Yep.
Yeah, everybody has to start at the beginning at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no mechanism to, you know, these big channels. I mean, somebody should start a program to help people develop their content, like sponsor them for 6 months a year to help them get
I've also seen these streamers go like, I'll talk to anyone. There's been a rumor going around that I only bring on certain kinds of people, but no, I'll talk to anyone. And then they absolutely will not. They will not. They will not.
Yep.
And you know, okay, I had a situation like that, and they're like, well, they're busy. And I'm like, what? And I'm not? What the fuck?
Right.
like I can't be busy.
Yeah, I'm trying to make time for this shit. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few that we know that they wouldn't touch us with a 10-foot pole. That are just like, they're like, nah, you're not worth my time. And that's like, dude, so you need to fucking fuck off, because if you're not about the community and we're all involved and like the same things, we're in this community, and that's how you fucking act, like you should be fucking like canceled. Like, because you're a fucking fraud. You're a fake, man. I love my community and all my people, and no, you love the cash flow with the donations. That's what.
Whether they have 50,000 followers or whether they have 5 million, they're just a person. They're just like any one of us here. They're not like, you know, a shiny golden god or what the fuck ever.
Well, what they fail to remember is that YouTube can take away their stuff at any point in time and not even give them a reason why. And then where would they be?
Oh, they're walking that fine line because they know that it's not even bite the hand that feeds. It's you're walking a tightrope and you make a misstep, and there's no support. There is no, you know, it's like you're gone. It's like,
but what's
Yeah,
worse,
yeah.
if you're one like me to voice these things, well, suddenly they're like, oh, look at him being a whiny little bitch. Like, what? I can't point out things. All of you can smile and go, yeah, that's the way it is, and you need to quit being a beggar. I'm not being no goddamn beggar. I'm pointing out the obvious, which, you know, people are gonna say and act one way and then do differently. That needs to be pointed out.
Yes.
Yeah. But, you know, like
No,
what
in all
happened
fairness, yeah.
with Ryan, his shit got taken down completely
Talk about
overnight.
shooting the messenger.
That was
It was-
revenge. That was revenge and just downright jealousy and revenge. I think they were mad about what he was saying, and they found a weak point, the Achilles heel, in the YouTube system, which now is not hard to find. It's all over their body, and they were like, "Hey, let's get this guy out of here," because, you know, and they played on other people's emotions. They're like, "Oh, he's a racist. Oh, he's a misogynist." So now you got racist and misogynist coming together to help form this cancellation crew, you know. So yeah, I mean,
That reminds me.
fucking crazy, man.
It reminds me of hanging out with 20-something-year-olds, and okay, I'm just hanging out with them, going, okay, yeah, we can get along, even though there's an age difference. But there they are. I get this vibe, the strong vibe from them. They're looking at me like I'm this old-fashioned racist misogynist, and they're, you know, and you know, I'm getting these strong vibes. I'm like, what? And then, you know, and I start breaking down my history to them.
Right.
I've worked at places and hung out and done security for, and you name it, even drag queens, black people, whatever. What the hell are you talking about? You know, some of the stuff you're claiming that I'm against, I even went so far as championing the cause of some of it. And I mean, not all of it, obviously, but some of it. But just because you're older, they're looking at you. The only way they can see you is this sexist, bigoted, racist, misogynist. It's the only way they can see you. And you're like, wait a minute, let me break it down. It still don't matter. That's the only way they're going to see you.
People are so quick to judge. I think we all know that. I think we do it to other people at times, even at our age, but they're so quick to judge. And also the whole culture right now is this quick, you know, here to there. It's you know, you got to let me know you're not a good person really fast. That's, you know, and if it's not that fast, they're like, fuck this, and then boom, they put that moniker.
My most recent encounter was they were thinking I was like this hard right-winged Trump loving whatever, and so they kept trying to
razor fist. Yeah,
they kept trying to do these gotchas on me about immigration, about abortion, and then when they'd hear my point of views, they would start arguing with me, and I'm going, we're saying the exact same words here. What are you angry about?
Right. Yeah.
People just like to stay mad now. They like to bitch. That's what they like to do. They bitch about every damn thing.
I'm seeing it everywhere. It's weird. Not just online, like in real life. And I'm like, wow. Like you're just a mad person. I don't know. They weren't always like that, the people I know, but recently, within the past couple of years, they just have become, you know, a little bit more negative towards life in general, rather than more, you know, accepting and helping.
It was this.
Yeah. You know, it's just, I don't understand it. And I think it's because they're mad at the world that they live in and how it is now, but they're too afraid to say that they're pissed off at the world and how it is now.
The
So
world
they're
or themselves. Yeah.
Mhm. So they're taking it out on everybody else.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact they should be looking at themselves first. And then, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stop in mid-sentence, but I was reading what she said.
What just happened, Jennifer?
Because we know you can't read and talk at the same time.
You smartass. I know where you live, so help me God.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
On a Monday
wow.
night?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. That is bizarre.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had my kids sneak outside before, but they had shoes on.
Reminds me of the time I was with this girl that was half Mexican, half Chinese, Japanese, I forget which, but whatever the case. She was in basically a Mexican trailer park. You know, I went there and there were little kids in diapers, like down in alcohol and smoking cigars, not just cigarettes, but cigars, with a sagging diaper on, and I'm going, this is surreal. This is so fucked up, and nobody there was like, you know, get your kid, or, you know, trying to get their kid in, or don't let them drink or smoke. And when I say kid, I mean, you know, just barely past walking age.
Damn, dude.
It was ridiculous. I've seen some things, I'm telling you.
That's fucking
Talk
awful.
about shifting to a different dimension.
Right?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's bad when kids.
Okay, well, this was I say Mexican trailer park. This was basically probably all illegals, and I'm not just trying to put down on Mexicans. Absolutely not. But I'm just telling you what I witnessed.
Yeah, they had their
None of
encampment.
them,
I believe it.
none of them could count money the way they should. So they had all their change, quarters, nickels, dimes, everything in jars, just filling their houses up.
Mhm.
And okay, they were living in a trailer park, had kids running around like that. But one of these Mexicans had a truck with the trim. All the trim on his truck was gold. He had it special done, lined in gold.
Mhm. Priorities.
Some people don't have any.
No. They're all jacked up.
Yeah. It's
So
amazing.
Miss Sparkle says, I know I work for the Head Start on the apartment property, and CPS told me that my apartments is where most of his cases were.
Damn.
Mm.
That's sad. That's
Well,
real sad.
at least you got her back where she needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But
dangerous.
at the same time, parts of me wonders, it's like, okay, if she's out in the middle of the night with no shoes on, should she be going home?
Yeah.
You know? Because
That
there
was-
ain't no telling what she
Well,
got out
Elijah,
of.
you remember once you met this woman who had this son, and he was a fat little thing, and she let him smoke, like chain smoke cigarettes, and there wasn't anything you could say against it. She would defend it to the end.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, what, 7 or 6, something like
Oh my
like
God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My daughter's 8, and I think she's seen me smoke a cigarette once, and that's because she popped out from around the corner, and I was like, oh, and like
caught you.
Did the quick flick of the cherry off and like flicked it into the woods, and I was like, what's up? And she's like, what are you doing? I was like, nothing. I feel like I just got busted by the principal in high school or something.
Yeah, I met this one woman in some projects, and she said that she raises her daughter, which was like a preteen, to be free and open sexually and like no limits because that's how she was raised and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. And we'll get mad as hell if you said different.
Oh my goodness.
Like I said, I've seen some things.
I'm
That's
sure.
what I have a problem with the whole like the movement that's going on. You know what I'm talking about? The not so much maybe the trans, but the gender identity things. And I'm just like, dude, these people they're talking
Sex
about
positivity.
they're talking about things that shouldn't be talked about at certain ages. You know, like I mentioned that story a long time ago about my brother-in-law telling his son after he saw animatronics of a guy marrying a woman, and he was like, "Oh, getting married," you know, whatever the kid said, and he was like, "But you can marry whoever you want," and I was like, "Oh, that's cringe." He's fucking 5, dude. He's 5. That's a conversation you have if he's made a decision at 15, 16, and he's like, something's different. I'm not feeling these girls, you know, sort of thing. That's where you have to engage. But before that, these motherfuckers are all talking about, you know, look at this flag. You know what this flag represents? It represents that you can be whatever you want. And I'm not talking about job wise. I'm not talking about you know, your interests. I'm talking about sex stuff. And that's where I'm like, these fuckers are fucking creeps, man. It's so weird to me. I don't know. I just
you know what that reminds me of. Now, what I'm about to say, it sounds a little controversial, but I've seen families in church and their little babies would be doing praise the Lord and having their head back and all that. Little babies couldn't talk, couldn't walk. And I'm thinking, maybe, you know, you shouldn't be indoctrinating a child like that because they may get into it. You know, they may feel it. But like that, they may just be going through the motions and be grown and still doing it, but never feel or understand a bit of it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Pleasing an idea. Yeah, mom and dad said I can.
They don't know.
Exactly. Yep. And in that mode, you're looking for constant approval. You know, you want to feel loved, and you did a good job. So, if that's their thing, you know, yeah, I don't. It's easy, and I've watched many documentaries on it.
Yeah, and there's
even adults are that vulnerable. So
there's no telling which way somebody will go with that. They may get burned out by the time they're 10 years old.
That's
they may
what happened to me.
embrace it and grow into it.
Yeah, with Catholicism, by the time I was a late teen, I was like, It wasn't hanging out with people that hated God or anything like or religion or anything. It was me going, that's just not for me, man. And like my cousins, my sister, we all turned our back on it because it just been shoved in our face so much.
You have babies too young to talk or walk, but they're swaying and clapping and doing the whole thing, and they're just going on what they see. But the problem with that is, they could get burned out, but there's also the problem is they may never understand it. They've just copied what they've seen so much, and they may never understand, feel it, or truly be into it.
You're right.
Yeah. I mean, I know that you see these little kids in church all the time. They have no idea what they're doing.
What I've seen work with the younger crowd, maybe not like 3 or 4, but say you got your kids going to church 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9 even, is you have a topic of conversation about what you just went through. You kind of break down, hey, did you hear the part where the pastor or whoever said this? You know, what do you think about that? Kind of create a conversation around it, so that you can get as a parent what's going on in their head, and also, you know, whereas me, I'm more the type of, oh, wow, they got it. That's great. I'm lucky I have a smart kid. But then there's others where they'll play on a very basic understanding and not open their kid's mind to other, and I'm not talking about fucking gender. I'm talking about, you know, ideas and concepts of things. But yeah, it takes fucking two, man.
Yeah, and it can be another form of indoctrination where, like you say, somebody doesn't get the concepts and they just grow up with it. They never really truly understand. They don't have any contrast. They never actually experience things in the world, so to speak. It makes me think of like I think it's the Amish who, when their teenagers get to a certain age, they send them out into the world.
Rumspringa.
What's that?
Rumspringa.
Okay.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, you have to have some contrast to know you can't just be sheltered. It's just the same as somebody sending somebody to school their entire life, telling them they have to do good in school. It's the only way they're going to succeed in life. And sure, they may do that, but they're never going to grow as a person because they're in this little trapped little bubble.
Yep.
Well, one thing that always got me about the Amish, I mean, I understand their way of life. I don't agree with all of it, but they choose to, they don't believe that anything has a soul except for people. And and a lot of people in the Amish community house these barns and stuff full of puppies and dogs and whatever to sell them. They in deplorable conditions. Well, they're going against their own religion because it says in the Bible that God created everything in the heaven and the earth, and that man was put here on earth to be a caretaker of the animals and the earth. You know, that never sat well with me, how they could do all their animals that way and still think that God's happy with them. You know what I mean? So it's just weird the way it's a whole thing, you know. They don't like have electricity or drive cars or anything like that because they're afraid of making God pissed off at them. Well, if you're gonna do all of that, go to those extremes, you're missing the point when you're doing this other stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And that kind of
Well,
thing.
I told somebody once. I said that their Christian belief is so monolithic, it's overshadowing itself. And what I kind of meant by that is, if they can believe in God and the devil and angels and demons and miracles, but then when something personally happens to them, they can't believe it because of their religion, or like if Christ returned, you know, with the same name as Christ, and they're like, you're just some nutcase. Isn't it kind of the monolith of their religion overshadowing the actual religion?
Yeah, because they can't see their actions they can't separate, they can't use the common sense after a while.
They have become super accustomed to their church meetups and the small talk and listening to the preacher, but all the actual meat of it, no, they just don't believe it. They really don't believe it.
I think a lot of churches are more about community now, and that's why people
a lot
like
of
to go.
people are like that.
Yeah, it's more about community and maintaining at least, you know, a certain percentage of values, which is good enough for most of the population. I tell you that, because a lot of the population doesn't have morals or values. They just take, want, and so I mean, it does have its place, but then you also have the drones that are, you know.
Well, there are some people that go to church and all that kind of stuff, and they believe it and they live it, and you know, they try their best to do what's right and everything else. I'm not talking about them people. I'm talking about the people that goes to church on Sunday just to hear the local gossip, and then they'll talk bad about somebody behind their back, but praise the Lord in the service, you know, and then they'll go, once they get out of the church building, oh, I can't stand so blah da 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 da. Did you see what she did? Da 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 da. And don't you
Well,
know they're sleeping with da da da? You know, it's
I've
just
actually
like,
heard they would have, a teenager get up and pray for something, and they pray for a new car. And the thing is, nobody would be like, "Whoa, wait a minute, it's not quite like that." Instead, they'll be like, everybody would just go, "Praise the Lord, yeah, let's hope they get what they want." And I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?"
Yeah.
Yeah, then I think what you're referring to is the name it, claim it, blab it, grab it group, which
yeah.
is the prosperity gospel, and that's done so much damage to the Christian movement. That is
Yeah.
not what the Bible teaches.
Yeah, it's not at all what the Bible teaches at all,
No.
period.
God is
You
not
know?
a vending machine who's
Right.
supposed to give you everything you want.
Supposed to give you what you
Yeah, I
need.
mean, wasn't it Jesus' teaching to go without a lot of things?
Right.
Yeah. Supposed to
Well,
go
and
without a bit.
I'll give you guys a good example from my own experience. Right before I came back to God, I was at a job and I started having difficulties with some of the people that I was working with there. And I made a fervent prayer in my car one day on break, and I asked God for a clear sign to show me whether or not I was in the right place, because I didn't feel like I was in the right place. And 2 weeks later, I got fired. I was like, oh, okay. That taught me a couple of things, one of which was be careful what you pray for, because you might just get it.
Right.
And God doesn't always answer your prayers in the way that you think he's going to. But I got past it.
Yeah.
And I was better off for it. So, but yeah, that's just an example of you don't necessarily know what you need in your life, but he does.
But yeah, I mean, that you can't put demands on God. That'd be like, okay, you have a kid, and every minute of every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, they ask you for something. Every minute of every day, all the time.
Well, my view on it is probably highly irregular. But if I'm to view it like us and God, I view it as, in a way, we are God. I mean, God's like, I'm gonna put you all here, and if you love me, then you love the people here with you, because you treat them that way, you treat me that way. So here we are going, God, help me out. Shouldn't it be like I need to care about the people and have them help me out? Or that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, God's the head, and we're the body. We're the cells that make up the body of God and the universe and all that kind of stuff. So, to me,
I also have a view that's kind of Buddhist, but could lay in line with other things too, and that is, none of us are here for ourselves. We're all here for the next person, and if we embrace that, then we all have each other's backs.
It's very hard to make a well-rounded viewpoint in the world today, and that sucks. Yeah, there's so many people out for themselves, or just very, very narrow-minded things.
Yeah, well, and that was one of the things that Jesus told us, where he broke down the 10 Commandments into just 2, where he said, love thy neighbor as thyself. Love your God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul. So, yeah, I mean, if all you do is take, then you're draining society, whereas giving is a constant contribution. And it's like, you you can't take from the people that are surrounding you. Like our group, for example, as long as we build each other up, then we'll all succeed. But if you're one of those people that are trying to mooch off of other people, then all you're doing is subtracting from the entire group.
Yes. Yep.
Well, everybody, it's getting late and I need to go, so I'll catch everybody on Thursday.
All right. Have a good evening.
Take care.
Bye.
Elijah. Shirley says, how much you want to bet she's going to be in chat making comments here in a minute?
Well, it's much more comfortable when you're doing it laying in bed than sitting in front of a computer, so I get it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Rumble keeps telling me I got 16 viewers, but I'm like, where? Why aren't they talking?
Lurking.
I don't know how many. I got commercials. It's telling me 14 viewers.
I got 17 on my phone. Yeah, right? It's like the weatherman. Like the different news stations. It's going to be 84 today, and the other news stations like high of 82. And it's like, wait, don't y'all operate off the same goddamn whatever?
Makes me think of
get yourself a weather rock. If it's raining, it's going to be wet. If the rock is hot, it's hot.
Right?
It makes me think of, if y'all remember Windows back in the day, I saw this cartoon where it was supposedly the guy that came up for the timer that tells you how long it's going to take to install or download something. And he's on the phone with his wife saying, I'll be home in 5 minutes, 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I never update my computer, even if it's like when I had my last job. If it was 4 o'clock and there was like, oh, there's an update, I'm like, nope, this will wait till the morning, because you have no idea. Even today, you have no idea how long that shit's going to take. I'm talking about government computers, so it's a little bit different.
When I first got online in the 90s, I was downloading something and it told you it's going to take this long. And then the time went up and I'm going, what the fuck's going on? And is it sending it back to them? What's going on here?
Yeah, and then there are those times where it's like 2 hours and then it'll jump back down to an hour, 45 minutes, 30, and then you're waiting at the 15-minute mark, and then it's like, done. Like, God damn, dude. What is this calculation you guys have?
Yeah, Steam, downloading a game on Steam is still like that.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, they still haven't nailed down the timer. Pretty soon they'll have an AI do it, and it'll be perfect.
Yeah, it'll get better.
Well, of course, there's several disconnects going on there. There's the server that's providing it with you. There's your speed you're downloading at. Then there's the speed that your hard drive is processing the information, and it's trying to coordinate all of them. And if one of them changes during the process of that,
so maybe your bandwidth changes, or the server slows down because then 80,000 people just jumped on to do the same thing. I get it, but yeah, it's one of those things.
Yeah, I was happy I finally came back to a game this week. It's been a while since I found something that kept my interest. I started playing Wasteland 3 again.
Ooh, good game, good game. Wasteland 2 and 3 are my favorite.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I used to love XCOM games.
Yep.
I wish they would have kept on with those.
I know, man. Yeah, what's up, 2K?
Yeah, they went in a different direction.
Yeah.
But
I have stints where I pick up video games and play them semi-regularly, and then I don't for a good while, so I kind of go back and forth with it.
That's what happened to me with Red Dead 2. I got it. I was so pumped. Played a little bit of it. Life happened. Never went back to it. So I'm so mad because I'm looking at a lot of these streams that people are like replaying it recently, and I'm like, man, what a great game. Just never stuck with it. Just kind of bounced around.
yeah, I picked that up. I couldn't get into it. I may try it again at some point.
The first one I got into, the first one I beat and got into, and then they came out with the zombie DLC, which was pretty cool. But then 2, I slept on that for like a year. I just wasn't into it. But people around me were like, dude, it's fucking great. So I got it. It is a great game. But yeah, I got to get back into it as well.
You know, from my own perspective, I have a hard time seeing how people's like always been a gamer and they're well into adulthood and they're a gamer, and I'll explain why. Because for me, it was like oh no, you're getting kicked out, or maybe your roof won't stop flooding and it's ruining all your stuff, or you got a crazy girlfriend that threw your stuff out, or you're getting sued, or you lost another job, or it was always something, or you had kids, maybe your kids broke your stuff, maybe you could barely afford to keep your kids, I mean, it was always something that's like, you're not going to live your life. We're not going to let it happen. Forget video games. You can't do basic shit. We're not going to let you.
Yeah. Got to keep you busy. No time to think. That's how most people live their life.
Yeah.
Get married in their early 20s, have babies, have to get a car, 2 cars, a house, work the job, do the after school stuff, and before you know it, your kids are out and you've given your life away to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I've had those jobs where you work 10 to 12 hour long days and it's hard manual labor, industrial kind of stuff. And you're like, video games? No, fuck. I just want to stop hurting all over.
Yeah. I need to eat and go to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my last job. I actually spent from, I think it was around April to February of this year. And I only started playing when Path of Exile came out, which I think was around December.
Nice.
Path of Exile 2.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I spent like 7 months, didn't play any games because I was so busy with work.
I'm on and off with mine too. Just because it happens. Yeah.
And I can't speak for anybody else, but for me anyway, at the age I'm at, I'm playing a game and I'm into it. I'm really loving it, but I'm like, I've put like 4 hours in this day. I just don't feel like I got enough time in my life to be fucking around with shit like this anymore.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. But you got to remember, what are you getting out of it? All right. Are you tired of playing a game? Like, are you tired of sitting there and, is it deteriorating you while you're playing it? Because that's what you think you should be doing, is playing a video game, but are you getting something positive out of it? Are you relaxed? You're getting some out of it.
Well, yeah, but I guess part of it is this a feeling like you're missing out on anything else.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think people become addicted to entertainment and they don't use it for the purpose that, you're supposed to work and you're supposed to be productive and you're not supposed to be just sitting around, mentally masturbating with a video game all day.
But I think it is kind of like that, just release, that stress reliever for gamers like us. It's where some people will go home and take a pill. Some people have a glass of wine. Some people go take a bath. It's that me time, and that's where I choose to spend my me time, because without me time, taking care of yourself mentally, yeah, man, that's just going to lead to heavy problems. So it all depends on what it is. Like us in our community, it's gaming, most of us, and other people, it's sitting quietly outside on the front porch smoking a cigarette, or not even just sitting outside in the peace and quiet.
I like a game that I can jump on and jump off anytime, because if I feel tied down to it, like, I got to do this mission that's going to take me an hour, I just feel tied down, and I don't know what's going to come up for one.
Yeah, I can't play Dead by Daylight or Helldivers 2 around my kids, because those are those no pause games. Whereas, if I'm on a handheld and, they want me to, run and play with them outside, I can just pause that bitch and then go. That's what they're trying to get more at, is that start and go mindset, because they're realizing that their original base, we don't have time to fucking sit there for fucking 8 hours and stare at a screen. Some people do. Good for you. but at the
Some
same
people
time, a
make
lot of
it
us
that.
don't.
Why MMOs are falling out of favor.
Yeah, well, and I was going to say that too, because that was when I used to play. I can't even remember the name of it, but it was an MMO, and you had to get a whole bunch of people together at the same time to do raids.
Yep.
And it was like you were now on a schedule. So what you used to do for entertainment is now your job.
And there you go.
This sucks now.
Well, I also developed my own policy is I play games for fun. If they're stressing me, that's not fun, and I'm not going to play it.
No, me too.
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand how the Souls-likes became so freaking popular.
I don't either. Like it's definitely a test at your patience. That's all I'll say.
Well,
because
you consider there's a lot of people in the world who live a fairly stress-free life, and so they might feel the need to simulate that, much like somebody might watch a horror movie because it genuinely scares them.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Who knows? It's not for me. I'm not going to knock anybody who likes them, but the proliferation of them out there, it's like there's nothing other than Souls-likes nowadays. They come out every month.
Yeah.
Yeah, these video game industry, they get stuck in a rut, and they're like, you know what'll make this sell? If we say it's Souls-like, and so every game it comes out Souls-like. Okay, that's enough. I don't care.
That too.
Yeah, but I do think that it's good to take a break every once in a while because people can get addicted to it just like they can get addicted to anything else.
Absolutely.
And this idea.
I see a lot of people that's addicted to streaming, and I'm not trying to insult anybody, but I've seen people get off a 6-hour-long stream to then get on an 8-hour-long stream, and then get on Discord, and it's like, damn, there's only so many hours in a day. Take some personal time.
Yeah. Well, it's that whole thing about entertainment. We're constantly told that you need to entertain yourself, and it's easier now than it ever has been. You can sit there with earbuds in your ears at work, listening to music all day, and then you can get home, jump on a video game, and then even you got to be entertained by your food. You can't eat something nutritious. You got to eat something that tastes good and makes your taste buds go zen.
Yeah, I believe in. I suppose it comes from a Buddhist way, but I believe in mindfulness, and part of that is you should be able to sit with your own thoughts and nothing else. If you can't do that, you have issues that need to be resolved.
Yes, you were absolutely right. I didn't know if that came from Buddhists, but I learned that from someone and professional. And mindfulness is something that is I wish a lot more people would pay attention to and learn, because it could probably help them out with a lot of things. Not necessarily anyone we know, just people in general.
Oh, yeah. Introspection is all but lost in today's world. And it's because of what we're talking about here. People keep themselves so busy that they don't have time to sit there and think about themselves. And if you don't practice it, you'll lose the ability. It'll be harder.
Yep. Just like going to the gym.
You cannot know other people without knowing yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
You got to have.
So you learn yourself through other people as well.
Absolutely. I'm not a big social person, but I do have those aha moments where you just meet a random person, and it's like, oh, whoa, that's interesting. And by that I mean, like people just come into your life randomly, and you didn't expect it, you didn't ask for it, but it happens, and it was a positive, and that's it's wild, man.
Yeah, well, in the Bible it says that pretty much every point in your life, you can choose blessings or you can choose curses.
Right.
And it's your choice. And I find people fascinating. I always have. I'm normally one of those people watcher types. I'll just sit there and watch people, and it's interesting to me.
Well, you know, what I notice over and over and over again, and almost without fail, is what I will see is they have an enormous ego. They think the world of themselves. They think that clearly they decorate everything around them to boost their ego in one way or another. They're boosting their ego. And then if you were to talk to them, you're going to see they can only see the world through their own lens, and that's the only one that they will believe. And then, you know, like if you're talking to them, they're just waiting for you to get finished so then that they could talk. They're not hearing you. They're not communicating with you. Just pay attention and watch for the very thing I'm telling you. You're going to see a lot of it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, always. Yeah, I forget the name of that phenomenon, but it is something that you can observe in a lot of people, and they see everything. They try to fit everybody else into their own paradigm.
Yes.
They can't comprehend somebody else thinking of the world in a different way, and everything seems to make sense to them until all of a sudden you do something they wouldn't do, and they're like, it freaks them out.
Yeah, they're that mentally shallow. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I find the most out of. Yeah, I do people watching, and that's what that stands out to me the most, anyway.
Yeah, no, ego is a big thing. Lack of pride, lack of humility. That's one of the reasons why I think that it's so emphasized. Is you know, pride comes before the fall, and you have to have humility because you have to know that you're perfectly capable of making mistakes. And if you're not constantly trying to improve yourself, then you're going to get lazy.
Well, yeah, and then, like I was speaking on before, streamers, they're in an environment where they're being heaped with attention, in many cases money, and their ego gets super inflated. And then while they're nobody just in front of their computer, just like we are, they think that they're the grandmaster or whatever. They think that, you know, that they're everything. They're just so inflated.
Yeah.
Yep, they're getting way too much validation.
Yeah.
And that
And
also
I'm not
reminds me of
saying
the-
go into people's chats and put them down, but they need to. If you put yourself out there like that, know yourself and like you were saying, Jeff, is have some goddamn humility, because that goes a long way for people that have put themselves in the spotlight. Because if you don't, like, people are going to catch on to you and be like, this guy's just a fucking asshole.
Well, think about it like this: if people would learn to not do this, if they would call themselves on it and be mindful, we would likely have not the same feminist movement. We would not have the LGBTQ blah 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 movement, because they would still see it, but they would see it differently.
Right. Yeah, very self-absorbed society.
Yeah, narcissism, run amok.
There you go.
Is what it is.
Yep.
And we all do have a tendency towards narcissism, which is why it makes it such a easily exploitable quality in a person. And that's what identity, anything, feeds right into. It's like, oh, you think of yourself like this? Well, I agree. And you're great. Keep going. And then you just end up self-absorbed and you can't see anything through somebody else's eyes.
Yes. Yep.
You only hurt yourself when you do that too. And people don't even see that.
That's true. Yeah, because in the long run, you're going to have that switch flip. If you're doing it young, you're going to have that moment in your older years where you're like, oh, whoa, what a dumbass I was. It happens to everyone, man, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Well, one thing I've learned in life through all of my hard times is everything can be forcefully stripped away from you. And I mean everything: your money, your youth, your looks, your manhood, your everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything you
Bunch of
hold dear.
potatoes. Right.
There's a lot of people who never had to learn these lessons, and I don't know whether to say that's fortunately or unfortunately.
ignorance is bliss, I guess, sometimes, in some people's cases, you know.
Well, and that's where actual suffering, not, you know, your internet went out, but actual suffering comes in handy, is that it gives you that contrast.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of what I'm talking about here, is you need contrast in your life in order to, you know, appreciate what you have. If you have nothing and you come back from that and you build something, then you're going to appreciate it much more than if you always had things.
Yes. Yep.
Well, I think I'm gonna end the show a little bit earlier than usual tonight. It feels like some of us are running on fumes. But of course, we'll do it again Thursday. We'll try to have I don't know, 5 to 6 hour long show then.
Cool.
Sounds
I
good.
dig that.
Thanks, Noise.
Okay, does anybody have anything to promote?
I do not this week, other than your Thursday show. Nothing for me. Just everyone out there, be cool, man.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to redouble my efforts this week getting some content out. I got to
Nice.
get a new lava lamp, so I might write some more scripts while I'm waiting for that. But if you want to follow my content, you can find all my social media links at my link tree, which is linktr.ee/paradigm analysis.
Nice.
Okay, for anybody that's watching, you can catch us usual time Thursday. There'll be a full panel. There's only 3 of us here now, but you know, like I said, I think everybody's running on fumes a little bit. And like I will always tell you, or usually tell you, when you're trying to decide who to watch, you know, a bunch of people's live, listen to this girl because she says it so I don't have to.
Me! Choose me! Love me!
Yeah, I'm not going to twerk for you. I'm not going to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody out there, keep bringing the noise because all of us here and more sure will. And we're out.
Shoo-be-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo.